over Florida Atlantic.
That's my biggest blowout. I think Tennessee.
I'm going name brand there.
That's the biggest
so
number
dangerous.
tonight.
It is the biggest number, but I'm also going name brand there, which I shouldn't do.
I agree with LT on UCLA and Gonzaga, and I think the biggest blowout is going to be Tennessee over Florida Atlantic. But I could see UConn and Arkansas if Arkansas doesn't play their A game. We'll see what the SEC does tonight, two of their teams in action. Lunsford, we got about 3 minutes left. If I asked you, when it comes to our bracket challenge, biggest games on this Thursday evening, as far as our bracket challenge goes, what can you give us?
UCLA Gonzaga tonight. Jim can get 40 for UCLA. Lance can get 40 for Gonzaga. Brown had TCU in there, so TCU moving on.
So just right there, there's no way. I mean, Brown's hurt there, right?
Yeah. Because he had TCU moving on.
I lose points no matter what there.
Yeah, and Dunaway can get points with UConn.
Yeah, and then UConn, Jim. So, Jim, if UCLA and UConn both win, then barring Alabama winning the championship, you're going to be in pretty good.
Yeah,
I've got to win.
I've got a chance of having 6 of the final 8, and that, I don't want to get back to my scoring discussion the other day. But if I have 6 of the final 8, how many final 8s can you have, Brownie? Or you, LT?
I can have.
If everything goes your
4.
way, you can have 4 of the final 8, and that's as good as you can be.
Yep.
Brownie, what about you?
I'd have to go look. I forgot who I picked.
Lance can have 4. Brown can have 4. Jim, you can have 6. Yeah.
I got 6 of 8,
and I've only got 2 Final Fours possible.
So you've already lost 2 Final Fours.
Yep.
I've only lost 1 so far, and we've all got our national championship game left. No, Brown had Kansas.
I had Kansas. Yeah.
Both of y'all had Lance and Brown both had Kansas losing.
Oh, you had Kansas in the championship game too.
Mm-hmm.
So big Houston fan here for me for a while. So if I just get
you need Alabama to get there but not win. I mean, you can cheer for them all the way until the championship.
But if Houston just gets to the championship game now, it sounds like I could almost lock this up.
It could be locked up potentially depending on what happens.
Hey, in the graphic you're showing right there, people are noticing Rockstar had Purdue in the Final Four twice, which I mean,
whoever
it
was,
a good team.
Again, people were like, there was a mistake there. I was like, I don't know, it is Rockstar, so I would not put anything past him.
My Final Four was Arizona, Purdue.
Arizona's the one that's
Arizona
missing.
was one, okay.
Kansas and Houston or something like that.
All right. Doesn't really matter. Arizona went out almost as soon as Purdue did, so it really didn't affect you.
Picking Purdue in your Final Four was such a bad pick. We penalized you twice is what that was.
I'll tell you, tomorrow night would be a lot more exciting if Arizona would have won. If you had Arizona and Creighton.
Oh, what a game, huh?
Yeah. And then it would make that Alabama game even look – I mean, Creighton's going to be a tough game if Alabama survives San Diego State. But Arizona-Creighton, you knew one of those would be fantastic. All right, off to Louisville. Brown's in charge of the food all weekend long. I expect nothing but great meals. You're on a one-game winning streak with me with the
I know.
The cow and the cork and the cow.
Cork and cow, Jim. Tomorrow night's going to be a little tough because I want to go to a place where we can watch the games. So I got to find out what mixes that, good TVs and good food.
Tomorrow night we'll be at the games.
No, I mean Saturday. I'm sorry, Saturday night. Yeah. I want to go to a place where we can watch the game, so I'm going to have to mix good TV and good foods. It makes it a little more difficult.
Well, no pressure. I said you're in charge all weekend long. So.
Yeah, no pressure whatsoever, and you're on a one-game win streak.
I get to play the role of the, the sidekick all weekend. Oh, God, I was hoping for a better meal than this, but I'll.
It's the best you can do, Brown.
You guys have fun.
Thank you, Lance.
Well, I'll miss you guys.
Well, we'll talk to you on the air tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time. Look for us at O'Shea's if you're heading to Louisville. If you're already up there listening to us, swing on by. It's right next to the Yum Center. Great place to hang out and get revved up and ready to go, alcohol-wise, before you walk across the street to Yum Center. Always remind you to walk responsibly. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome to a rainy Louisville, Kentucky on a Friday morning after a wild night in the Sweet 16 last night in the NCAA tournament. We'll set the stage here in Louisville for you throughout the day, tell you about the great sponsors who are bringing you our trip here to Louisville and then hopefully to Houston in the Final Four. But as this tournament continues to get crazier, we have the potential of some excitement here just across the street at the Yum Center. We're at a beautiful bar called O'Shea's. I'm Jim Dunaway. That's Ryan Brown. Lance Taylor and company will join us from the Birmingham studios in a second to talk about last night's games. But first, in this room right here, this is the Champions Room we'll be broadcasting from, and it's also a great place. We're going to pregame before we walk literally across the street to the Yum Center. The map that we show you has been a little bit of a disservice. We're actually closer to the Yum Center than the map indicates. It's out the door, and on the corner, there's the Yum Center. Not that much space between it. You literally cannot get closer to the Yum Center than we are right here in Louisville. That's where the action will happen tonight. We'll talk about tonight in just a second. But Lance, as I bring you back in Birmingham, as you anchored the show from back there, I thought that Kansas State game was going to be the best game of the night. And then we got a instant classic from Gonzaga and UCLA. Lead changes and then two big shots at the end to win it for Gonzaga.
Yeah, Marquise Noel was obviously the story of the night, no doubt. And to start Gonzaga UCLA, it looked like Drew Timme was unstoppable, and he ends up with a huge line last night with the 36 and 13, 4 assists. But UCLA, they started to really exploit that Gonzaga defense toward the end of the first half. They end up going up 13 at the break. You thought at that point it was probably over. Then Gonzaga takes that 8-point lead. UCLA comes back, takes the lead. And the straw, their three-pointer, they call it Villanova, North Carolina. That's what Mark Few calls it. It doesn't seem like a high percentage shot, but he comes down and drills it. And it seemed like they had plenty of time to set something up. But big-time shot there. And then I was really surprised at the end. I don't know what you guys felt about this. Everybody on the broadcast team said, don't miss the second free throw when Gonzaga was up 2. And there's only 1.1 on the clock. I would much rather have a team try to heave a basketball 80 feet and beat me on a miracle shot than to let them inbound and get a good look that Tiger Campbell had last night.
Yeah, but sometimes when you try to miss it, you miss the rim totally. And if you do that, then you've lost the point and there's no time off the clock and you get the inbound and you can lose the game.
Yeah, inbound without the point at that point. I mean, at least if they get the inbound. I agree with you, Lance, in principle. But isn't one of the hardest things in sports to do is intentionally miss a free throw? Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't think it's that hard, but you got to miss it. Now, if you're missing it to try to get the rebound, it's one thing. If you're just missing it to try to miss it, that's a little different because you don't care. If you're missing it to get the rebound, you kind of want it to hit back rim, hit the hill, and get that high bounce to give your team a shot. But if you're just missing it so the clock will burn, that is a little bit easier.
Yeah, but how about Mark
I would tell you, Lance, so no way to lose the game at that point. You just go, if they hit a miracle March Madness type shot, you've got a different situation there. But a fun game there. We'll talk about the other ones in just a second. But as far as our bracket challenge is concerned, that may come. Circle that one. That one may come back because that was a chance for me to, I think, almost bury you guys if I had gotten the UCLA win last night. I feel like I would have had such a good night that there would have been a little separation there. I think that kept it up. Maybe we'll get an update from Lunsford a little bit later on. But did you feel like when Gonzaga took that lead, because with 2 minutes to go, it was a 10-point game for Gonzaga. When UCLA took that lead back late, I thought to myself, man, this thing is all falling Jimmy America's way.
Oh, look, man, when they're up 8 with 1:05 to go, and then UCLA took the lead, yeah, I thought it was over. I thought UCLA won that game. Here's the complete truth about this. Forrester would disagree with me because he's already started to spread the lie that I am taking a tank on the bracket challenge. But full disclosure, we've got, and you guys know we do the 8 picks. There's 6 of us. And it's a pretty big money pool. The only 2 teams I had left were Florida Atlantic and UCLA. I was pulling against UCLA because of our bracket challenge. Because UCLA winning last night, if I could somehow get Texas to win tonight and Houston to lose, I'm in a great spot.
Oh.
Yeah, well, good for you on that. Maybe you could buy new costumes for your video if you end up losing the bracket challenge.
Wow. What Dunaway, Lance, what are the odds on this thing right now? Set your Lance Taylor Vegas, mybookie.ag odds on who's going to win this thing.
I think
based on what you're looking at, not the NCAA tournament, that's irrelevant. Our bracket challenge.
What
are the odds right now?
Okay, because I was going to say UConn. Watching that team,
we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, they are scary good. I think this is going to be a monumental upset. Dunaway has controlled this for a good bit of the tournament, and I think he is going to completely fall apart because I think Houston is going to end up losing, and then Alabama is going to win the national championship, which is going to give us those extra points, Brown. So I think Dunaway, and because he is so fearful of this, it was me last year. I did not want to do that travel because I thought I was going to be gone for like 2 weeks. I didn't want to fly at that particular time. My anxiety was killing me. And because I think I willed myself into a bad spot with that, and I think Dunaway's going to do the exact thing.
Yeah, well, nothing I can do about it now because the bracket is picked. And for a moment there, I thought I was on the way to a good place last night. But Gonzaga wins it. It was a classic. We'll talk about those other games coming up. Let's set the stage here at beautiful O'Shea's and tell you about some of our great sponsors right after LT tells us about one of our great sponsors, our wonderful friends at Hemp Hill. You got a chance to talk to Chad and Adam yesterday, LT. They doing okay? Everything good in Hemp Hill's world?
Everything is great. Had an opportunity to have a little lunch with Chad yesterday. I talked to Andrew this morning. My ex-wife's having a little problem at the house, so they're sending somebody out today.
It used to be you. Yeah. It's not you anymore. It's more plumbing and heating now.
Nothing is more undefeated on this show than somebody needing Hemp Hill. I mean, it is like every time we do a read, somebody on this show needs Hemp Hill.
I don't know if you guys remember back in the day, and I think I was doing the show with Fitzsimmons, but the toilet got clogged in the basement, the original Club LT, and I was in such a hurry. And so I left Bethany with the plunger. Not happy about that. So I feel like this is my make good, sending our friends at Hemp Hill Services out to take care of her today. But look, whatever your problem is, if it's plumbing, if it's heating, if it's cooling, our friends at Hemp Hill, they're there for you. They're offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. They are a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models. Again, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
We'll get initial reaction to Alabama, the day here in Louisville in just a second. But I just want to, first of all, just rave about the place we're at. Doors aren't open yet, but some Alabama folks will be coming by more and more and more as the day goes on, and the place will start filling up. But the building we're in, LT, you love these kind of buildings. This dates back to the Civil War era. This building's been standing right here on the banks of the Ohio. Literally, we're a driver away from dropping a ball into the Ohio River. We're right next door to the Yum Center. It's called O'Shea's. And it's not the exact original location that was built in 1958. That was over in the Highlands area, but it is here. These hardwood floors have been here since the beginning of the building. They are buffed. It's just a historic building, the bricks and the wall and everything in here. As I said, we're in the Champions Room, and in Louisville, the Champions Room is decked out with a lot of Muhammad Ali and Cassius Clay, because this was his town. And that's a boxing poster over here. And I haven't got a chance to ask the owners because the O'Shea family still owns the place, LT. We've met O'Shea cousins and aunts and uncles and husbands and daughters so far since we've been here. But up here, it's the main event this night in Louisville boxing was 20 rounds, straight rules between Cassius Clay and a guy named Kevin Chops Taylor. I'm gonna bet Cassius won that one.
You think Kevin's related to Lance? Chops Taylor.
Chops Taylor. But one of the undercards was Horn versus O'Shea on this big poster
cool.
over here.
Noticed that.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that is of the Fighting O'Shea's that owns this club here, that they were fighting the undercard for the great Cassius Clay here in the Champions Room. So we'll get that story before we're out. But when you're in downtown areas, do you love these type of bars that are just like the original wood floors from back in the 1800s?
Yeah, I can tell a couple of things. I can tell that's on the second floor or maybe even the third floor.
And it is a 6th-floor building with a penthouse and one storage area where we kept our equipment last night that I promise you if I was in there long enough, I could find something from the 50s or 60s.
Well, when I got sent to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, there was a bar that looked identical on a second or third floor to you guys set up right there. The other thing, that building going back to the Civil War, do you think there's a better chance that Tommy Lee from Motley Crue has done a shot in O'Shea's or a cannonball has hit that foundation at some point?
Well, I don't know if you know you didn't. We do the story in Trash yesterday about a car that was stolen car that was driven into one of the buildings.
Yeah, that's right. Right.
No, Little
we
T
didn't do
sent
the
us
trash
the
story, but it was out
picture.
on Twitter, and that building's like right there.
Yeah, the building's across the street from where we are right now. So I can see. I mean, we had a car almost come into O'Shea's yesterday. I could definitely see a cannonball at some point.
No doubt.
But I'm probably go Tommy. I'd say both Cannonball and Tommy Lee. Both.
Yeah, the coolest thing though is the name of this place is Patrick O'Shea's, right? Patrick O'Shea's Public House. And you would think that, it's an Irish pub. So, obviously they're going to, I mean, does that sound Irish to you, Lance? Patrick O'Shea, like if you're going to name an Irish pub?
I mean, that is,
right?
Yeah, that's John White for Americans. I mean, Patrick O'Shea is about as Irish as you can get.
Yeah, so this morning we walk in, and the first guy we see, I say, "Hey, Ryan Brown, we're doing the show from Birmingham." He goes, "Hey, Ryan, nice to finally meet you, Patrick O'Shea." I mean, it's legit the dude's name is Patrick O'Shea. The whole O'Shea family operates this thing. Like, they haven't made up a name to make it an Irish pub. They're legitimately the Patrick O'Shea family. It's the wildest thing.
Did you guys go on and eat there last night?
Not yet. No, we got in kind of late. I will have a meal here today, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And this will be the watering hole if you're an Alabama fan coming up. If you're listening to us right now on the app, or if you're already up and watching us wherever you are in the Louisville metro area, maybe you stopped halfway up and decided to come on to town. We are right here on the second floor of O'Shea in the Champions Room. You can come up anytime. The bar is open. You have a drink with us. Well, it's not open yet, but it will be in about an hour. You come on up and have a drink with us. And I think Brownie says first 15 Alabama fans that come by, he'll do a shot with each one of them. Is that right?
I'll end up in the Ohio River if that's the case.
Yeah, Brown, you do the Irish car bombs, and Dunaway, you do the cement mixers.
What is exactly the Irish car bomb is what? That's beer with whiskey in it, is that right?
The Irish car bomb has the Jameson in it, and I think it's got beer, like Guinness and Jameson.
Right. You do a pint of Guinness, and you drop a shot of Jameson in it, and then you do the right. You drink it while the shot's in the beer, correct? The shot glass? Is that the way that works?
Well, we got little T on set to fill out the set today, so she probably has done plenty of Irish car bombs. I haven't done it in a while, but yeah, I think it is a Guinness that you drop the shot of Jameson in. Are we correct?
I don't know. I've done what's the one that has Monster or Red Bull?
That would be a Vegas bomb.
Or yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, that's the only
I like it.
type of bomb shot.
Here is the
right there. That is exactly like, I don't know. Having a great veteran of a sport turn to the up and coming rookie of a sport who's got all the young stats and all the metrics, and she's trending to be a Hall of Famer at age 23, and she's talking to a future Hall of Famer, Lance.
They say it's a shot, 2-part mixture of whiskey and Irish cream. So Irish whiskey, Bailey's, Guinness, then you drop it in a full glass of Guinness. There you go. Sounds like a good way to get completely wasted. I think we've lost audio connection from our friends in Louisville at O'Shea's. You guys still there? Not getting them on my side. Rocky behind? Okay, we're going to have to figure that out. Yeah, we'll work on that right now. Again, we are broadcasting live from our studios here, Double Down Media. Lance Taylor, the guys, Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, they are back at O'Shea's right by the Yum Center. So if you're heading into Louisville right now, I've talked to a couple of friends that are on the way up I-65 through Nashville to Louisville for the game tonight. Tip time, 5:30. We'll get into that game. We'll get into Miami, Houston, Princeton, Creighton, Xavier, Texas. But back to last night, and we really didn't get into this. We talked a little bit about Gonzaga and UCLA, which was an incredible game. But that first game of the night, Kansas State, Michigan State, going to overtime, 5'8", Harlem native, Marquise Noel, just incredible. And I really thought, Tom Izzo having a couple of days to really prepare for Kansas State. I said yesterday he's going to cut the head off the snake, that they will do everything they can for Noel not to beat them. Tom Izzo after the game said Noel, they were in awe of Noel. Like they couldn't get enough watching Noel. They were standing still. And that kid is an absolute magician. And we've talked about sub-6-foot players in the NBA. You just can't find them. They're ghosts. Noel looks like a guy that might have an opportunity to play in the NBA. A guy like a Damon Stoudemire, just so good. And I heard the comparisons this morning on Kemba Walker. And I said earlier when we were talking about teams to win the NCAA tournament, the way UConn is playing through 3 games, all 3 double-digit wins, the last time they won a national championship, and this would be their 5th, but the last time they won one in 2014, Kemba Walker completely carried that team. I think we've got audio backup from O'Shea's in Louisville. There are the guys, Ryan Brown, Jim Dunaway.
Hey, so you're saying you would make Louisville the bet? UConn the betting. Certainly not Louisville. UConn the betting favorite right now. That's what you're saying based on what you saw last night against Arkansas. If you had to go to Vegas and put your house down on a team, you'd do UConn.
I would. And Dunaway asked me. I mean, UConn, they might score 120 on Gonzaga. And I'm not even kidding. I mean, it's the most unselfish team. They've got size. They can shoot the 3. I mean, Jordan Hawkins is deadly. Sonogo is just an impossible guard. I saw one possession last night, and that game was never a game. And Dunaway, when you asked me yesterday what could be the biggest blowout, I said, if things get away from Arkansas, it could completely just avalanche on them. It did last night. But I saw one possession UConn, 3 passes, ball never touched the court.
Yeah, man, a 14-0 run sort of set the table for that, and that was part of that 14-0 run. I agree with you. UConn's playing great, but then you got to crank it back up and do the same thing against Gonzaga, and their offense is their defense at sometimes is suspect, as you said. At what was Alabama Gonzaga 100-90? It was an NBA-like up and down atmosphere, but I don't doubt anything about this Gonzaga team. You have Drew Timmy's a grown man. That'll be a great game too, UConn and Gonzaga. I'm not ready to give it to UConn yet, especially with Houston and Texas potentially over on the other side, just to get to a national championship game. I'm not giving anything yet.
I'm just saying,
UConn.
I still don't believe Houston is whole. I know we saw Marcus Sasser. It's almost like Mr. Miyagi went out there against Auburn and did the clap and actually put it on his groin and said, hey, look, this is your one game to go out and get Johnny Lawrence. That's the way it looked to me. UConn will score at will on Gonzaga. And I know you're doing the reverse jinx stuff because you need UConn.
I'm really not. I'm just
picturing Mr. Miyagi doing that, but it was somebody's groin. That was
might get you in trouble now.
You could have Mr. Miyagi do that for your hair too. Tell us about Dr. B, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that UConn is a great basketball team. But what I saw with Gonzaga last night in the second half against UCLA and what I saw in the second half against Alabama, I'm not ruling them out. And Houston is still one of the better teams. Not sure Houston can get past Texas. Texas is playing really good basketball right now. And then we hadn't even talked about Alabama yet, but we will after you tell us about Dr. B.
Yeah, again, when I started to thin out, unfortunately, the older we get, things start to fall apart. They start to fall out. When I started to thin, I actually realized that when we started our venture here on the next round. I started to ask around. Dr. Beckenstein was the name that continued to come up. I went in, got a consultation. My hair already 14% thicker. At that point it was about, hey, look, you can maintain what you've got. It's not going to go backwards, which is really important for a lot of people. I did want to grow hair, and now it's already 14% thicker. T3hair.net. Dr. B is also offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint the delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Call Dr. Beckenstein today. Get that free consultation, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
5:30 tonight, just across the street here at the Yum Center in Louisville is where Alabama plays. And it'll be interesting to see what the Tide looks like tonight as they take on the San Diego State team. LT, Brownie, and I will break that all down. We'll give you a full segment of Alabama, but it has been too early to tell. We'll talk about the game is what I'm saying in the next segment, but it's been too early to tell about the fandom here in town. Some Alabama fans are already here. I've seen a couple of San Diego State fans. I've seen a couple of Princeton fans.
We had breakfast this morning. There were 2 Princeton fans. Both of them, like one of them had like the 1960s Animal House sweater on it with just the Princeton P. The other one had more traditional Princeton gear. Both of them at lunch or at breakfast this morning on their laptop.
Yeah, that's right. The one thing about
making money as well.
Yeah.
But even some San Diego State fans were up early for breakfast despite the time difference. But as Brown and all of us have been discussing all week, LT, we expect the crowd here to be Alabama and Creighton dominant just because of the travel of San Diego State and the lack of a huge fan base from Princeton. But it'll be interesting to see what kind of a crowd you get from Alabama inside the Yum Center, which is a massive arena that was built in an effort for Louisville to get an NBA team here. If I asked you just a percentage of the crowd that'll be Alabama fans for the two games tonight, or maybe you want to give me a number on how many Alabama fans you think make the journey up here. Brown and I got asked this question in our Instagram, Ask Us Anything we did on the way up here. That Taylor sort of oversaw on our social media side there. If you missed that, it's up at Next Round Live on Instagram. If I asked you, what kind of crowd do you think Alabama fans bring up here on the easy drive to Louisville?
Well, here's my breakdown. I think it'll be, and I'll give you a number in a second, 70% Alabama, 20% Creighton, 5% San Diego State, 5% Princeton. Princeton fans, the thing about them, there's not a lot of them, but they can afford to travel.
That's a good point.
Alabama, I will say, will be in the neighborhood of 25,000 fans.
Wow.
Oh wait, what?
No, the place only holds 20. I know you're saying some don't get in. I think you're a little too high on the Bama fans.
You think 25,000?
There are, and you guys know this, we've been doing this a long time. There is a strong contingent of Alabama die-hard basketball fans. Now, I don't know if that number is 10, 15, 20, 25,000, but a lot of Alabama fans want to be there in case they cut the nets down to win a regional final for the first time in Alabama history.
Yeah, I think what will happen is you'll have a good contingent of Bama fans today, but if Alabama wins against San Diego State, I think that's when the Bama fans will show up for the Sunday game. Because Lance is right. I mean, you've only had one other opportunity to see your team cut the nets down going to the Final Four, and you've never actually done it. So I think Sunday's when they will pack it in.
You know, to me, Houston is not drivable. I know in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room yesterday, a lot of people said Houston's not that bad of a drive, and I know, Dunaway, you want to drive it solo. But Alabama fans look at this as an opportunity to drive to Louisville. Not that bad of a drive. You guys did it yesterday. The ticket's going to be cheaper. So if you've got to pick your weekend, I know a lot of Alabama fans would love to come to Houston, but the majority would have to fly. The ticket's going to be much more expensive. Houston could be in their own backyard, so they could, fill half that building themselves. So to me, this is the easier trip for Alabama fans.
Oh, man, what an idiot I am. You may want to delete that story, Taylor. I gave an answer of tonight's game, tonight specifically, did not talk about Sunday's game. I thought there'd be 4,995 Alabama fans in the building.
Specific.
Well, I was driving, so
I could be completely wrong here.
So basically 5,000 fans is what I was saying, and you're giving me double digits. Wow,
Oh, it's gonna be packed.
Can't wait to see that. Can't wait to see that if that's the case.
Streets are going to be overrun with Tide fans.
Well, all right. Louisville, the streets are going to be overrun. It's a rainy day. It's supposed to be a lot of rain, some severe weather. In fact, a little bit later on today, forecast for Louisville on the banks of the Ohio. We'll talk about the game itself, the other games going on tonight, and everything that's gone on. We're at Patrick O'Shea's, the wonderful historic bar right across from the Yum Center. When the doors open a little bit later on, come on in and have a cocktail and get ready to support the Crimson Tide in action tonight. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, we're live at O'Shea's. Lance Taylor's back there. He's going to tell you about our friends at Precision Sports and take us to break. Precision Sports getting you back in the game, LT.
Yeah, hey, 2023, a new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Back here on the Next Round Friday edition, we are about to throw it back to the guys there at O'Shea's. Again, if you're heading up 65, you're getting close to that area, you're going to want to tailgate. You're going to want to really lubricate before you go into the Yum Center tonight. 5:30 tip for Alabama and San Diego State. O'Shea's is the place to do it. We looked at the menu the other day. The food looks incredible. It's got history. It's got a bunch of levels, and it's got Dunaway and Brown.
Absolutely, guys. And we'll get into that Alabama-San Diego State game in just a second. Reminder that basketball is happening tomorrow night at Legacy Arena, where you get the final home game of the regular season for the Birmingham Squadron. Ticketmaster.com, 205-719-0850, 205-719-0850. It is Fan Appreciation Night. There at the Legacy Arena with the Squadron. 7 o'clock tip, final home game of the year. First 1,000 fans in get a mascot bobblehead of the Birmingham Squadron. It's a collector's item and a lot more things with it being Fan Appreciation Night. First 1,000 fans inside, get that bobblehead. Everyone else just enjoy one more home game with our professional team, our G League team, the Birmingham Squadron. Ticketmaster.com, 205-719-0850, 719-0850. It's the Birmingham Squadron, proud sponsor this year here on the Next Round. And we're on the road, LT. Let's start, and we'll bring Brown into the conversation in a second. But Alabama tonight, the big challenge here seems to be, as Nate Oates said on our show yesterday, about pace of play. Alabama wants to go one way. San Diego State wants to make this a half-court basketball game tonight.
And the styles, though, the difference is the defenses, almost mirror each other. The depth almost mirrors each other. The problem is San Diego State can't score the basketball, so, yeah, they do want to slow this thing down. You look at teams they've played out of conference. Arkansas scored 78 on them. Arizona scored 87 on them, both in losses. So San Diego State, if it gets up and down, San Diego State's got a lot of problems. Although they play 10-plus guys, they played 13 against Furman, they've only got one guy that scores in double figures, and that's Matt Bradley. The good news is for Brian Dutcher's squad, if they do get behind, they're not going to panic because this is a team, as I pointed out earlier, is one of the most experienced teams in all of college basketball. All 5 starters have 581 games of experience.
Yeah. I would tell you, if you're an Alabama fan and you're watching this, you're not going to be in the arena tonight. 2 names to familiarize yourself with will be Parrish and Johnson, Micah Parrish and Kashad Johnson. These are the 2 guys that I personally think will be responsible at some point on the floor for defending Brandon Miller, to keep Brandon Miller from getting into one of his ebbs and flows that he can sometimes, go dark for a little bit and only score, a bucket here, a bucket there. There have been times he's gone a whole game without hitting a field goal, or a whole half without hitting a field goal from the field. And then all of a sudden, mostly in the second half a lot this year, he gets on this hot streak that just basically buries you. And I think those 2 guys will be in charge of controlling Brandon Miller and try to keep him from getting on one of those streaks. It's been one of the, to me, LT, and I want your thoughts on this. To me, it's been one of the more fascinating things to watch about Brandon Miller, how sometimes he can have a very small impact on a stat sheet for a half. And then all of a sudden in the second half, for about a 4 or 5 minute period, he can take a game over and it can be a tight contest. And then, boom, all of a sudden, Alabama's comfortably on its way to a W. It's been amazing to watch him do that.
It really has. And obviously he leads this team in scoring, over 19 points per game. But the luxury that Nate Oates has is you got a lot of guys that can make up for it. Again, they scored 97, 96 in the first round of this tournament against a much weaker opponent without Brandon Miller having to score. I don't think Brandon Miller's got to go off in this game for them to beat the Aztecs. I mean, you've got, the way Quinterly's playing right now, Clowney on a given night. Bediako's playing much better. Sears could pop out. There's so many just different weapons on this Alabama offense. Again, I don't think Brandon Miller needs to score 25 to advance. Sooner or later, you're going to get to that matchup where Brandon Miller is going to have to do that.
We invite you always to watch all 4 hours of our show. But if you have to step away at any point today and can't be with us live 12-1 from O'Shea's here in Louisville, leading into the game, then you'll be able to go back and watch it at any time or listen to it any time on the podcast, because we'll send out that final hour, the 4th hour today. But we'll have on the couch, most likely, Bryan Passink, the analyst, will be sitting right over there from the Crimson Tide Sports Network, and Chris Stewart will be over there as well from the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Before they go to the arena across the street, they're going to swing by here and spend an hour with us talking about Alabama basketball, the journey up to this point, and what we can expect tonight and hopefully on Sunday and hopefully later on out in Houston. Let me tell you about our official tequila of the next round. That's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first multi-age tequila. It's aged in a new European oak barrel, double filter to remove color, while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Before we get back into other things that are going on in sports, LT, eyesight's an amazing thing, and this isn't a setup for you to go to Michelson, but you absolutely know, and Taylor knows this, everybody back there knows how blind I am. I can't see stuff that's this far away. But with our setup here, I've got my computer across the room. I can read that perfectly, better than I can when it's this close to me. Isn't that amazing how old eyes work as you get older, that I can still see things better far away, but I can't read a menu or things that are right here in front of me?
Yeah,
Do you have that problem at all?
Okay, so it's called presbyopia. It's a Greek word for for aging eye. And by the time most people are in their mid-40s, they've got this. It's weird, and they say once it hits, it's there. I don't know if that happened to you.
It did. It was like almost overnight, like at 43 or 44, I was like, dang, I can't even read the menu. I mean, what's wrong? And I had readers by the next weekend.
Well, I'm still on. It's really strange what has happened to me. Again, I don't know if I've got to deal with Beelzebub or what, but like sometimes I'll look on a given day and I can't really. I'm on the original font on a text, and it'll be a little blurry. And like right now, it's completely fine. So I don't know what's going on with me. I'll keep it. I'll take it. But yeah, I mean, my distance vision. I mean, I can see everything. I mean, I've got a hawk's eye at a distance.
One of the questions we got on the way up, and again, I encourage everyone to go back and we'll do some more of these on road trips, maybe if we're on the way to Houston or something. But we had a chance to answer, I don't know, Taylor's there, probably about 20 questions, 30 questions on the ride up. We apologize to the ones we didn't get to, but we lost daylight eventually, so we didn't want to shoot a dark video. But we answered 20 or 30 questions on the Instagram story, and one of them we got was, does Lance, when he's on road trips with you guys, have a special tab that he's able to run on the company card? And I joked and said, yeah, we actually called it the Black Label card. And we got a couple of pretty good comments about that. So we are up here in Bourbon Country, and it's ironic we're here and you're not here because you're the guy that usually hosts Bama and Bourbon. If you were here, the landscape here. Your favorite bourbon that is quote unquote on the Bourbon Trail up here, is it? I mean, I've seen you drink a lot of Bullets over the years.
So yeah, I mean, Bullet's just a really great price point. We did a single barrel Bullet a couple of weeks ago. I mean, there's so many incredible bourbons up there. One of the reasons I wanted to come up there, and the only time I've been to Louisville, we did a specialty show from Claremont, Kentucky, the Jim Beam Distillery. And, one of my favorite bourbons of all time is Booker's. Now, Booker's will make you a madman if you drink too much of it because it's anywhere from 126 to 129 proof. But we had Fred Noe, who's the ambassador for Jim Beam. He's the great-grandson of Jim Beam. He did the full show with me, just an incredible guy, and we drank bourbon during the full show. And I think back then we weren't supposed to, but we didn't have a visual element. So I don't think people really could tell I was drinking bourbon until the end when I started to slur just a bit. But that was the one thing that I was really envious. I don't get FOMO a lot like you, but I've got a little FOMO not being up there because today, after the show, I probably for a couple of hours would have taken that in, or at least, probably all day tomorrow is when I would have done it. Would have done the Bourbon Trail. So that's the only thing. But I started to really weigh this thing out. Dunaway, if Alabama takes care of business, they'll be favored. Obviously, they're 7.5 right now. They'll be a slight favorite against Creighton. They win on Sunday. Then we're going to be going to Houston. And I can't figure out how many days. It's going to be 5 or 6 nights. I just can't do 4 straight weekends out of town. There's too much going on, and my body's telling me, hey, look, take this one break. Take this one break.
Well, I will tell you this. We are thankful for our sponsors that have allowed us to go on the road so much, from the Floribama to the SEC tournament in Nashville last weekend, all the stuff we did there in Birmingham, and now we're in Louisville, and hopefully if Alabama keeps winning, we'll be in Houston next week. And all that comes thanks to a bunch of great sponsors, LT, our friends at Precision Sports, who you talked about earlier, the always wonderful folks at JohnsonRVCenter.com. So Precision, Johnson RV, and of course, Michelson Laser Vision. They all bring you the coverage that we're providing from Louisville and the rest of the way through the national championship. Why don't you tell us a little bit about our friends at Michelson as we continue to set the table for a big day for Alabama up here in Louisville, Kentucky?
We consider Double Down Media family, close-knit group. It's the same thing with Dr. Michelson and his staff. When you walk in there, I mean, you can just tell they love each other. They do such a great job. And if you wear the contacts or the eyeglasses, you owe it to yourself to find out if LASIK is right for you. It's one simple phone call, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. I had the 20/200 vision. Didn't even realize I was legally blind without the contacts. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20 after the procedure, which only took 12 minutes. So call today for more information to book that the free consultation. Got tripped up there. 969-8100. For more information, you can always go online. Go to michelsonlaservision.com.
All right. The conversation continues here from historic O'Shea's in downtown Louisville when the doors open in a few minutes. Hopefully you Alabama fans will find this dry location. The rain is falling It's a work day in Louisville, but not for Tide fans who are excited about the early tip coming up a little bit later on at 5:30 today, 5:30 on TBS. You'll, of course, hear it on the Crimson Tide Sports Network on radio stations all over the place. Also in action today, Houston, a 7.5-point favorite against Miami. Creighton, a 10-point favorite against Princeton. And Texas tonight, a 4.5-point favorite against Xavier. More on those games and everything else, including a check-in on the NFL when we come back. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Always easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Our friends at Bud Light. We'll be tapping one of those a little bit later on here on the show as well. From the Champions Room in Louisville, Kentucky, on the road to the Final Four. This is the Next Round. Back in a moment.
Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center. With locations in Coleman and Decatur, they have something for every RV lover. New or used, we have something for every budget. With prices as low as $199 per month with 10% down and approved credit, you can drive one off the lot today. See dealer for details or check them out online at johnstonrvcenter.com. Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center in Coleman and Decatur.
With you from Louisville, LT and Brownie with us. Brownie over here on the couch, in and out, talking to some folks here at O'Shea's. LT is back with Taylor Korn, our social media director. Thank you to Rockstar, Tyler, and Lunsford, all behind the glass. Don't forget to go get to the Back Room, the new podcast of Forrester and Lunsford and Rockstar behind there, and follow what those guys are happening in their brains and in their head. When they're not part of our show. It's always good to catch up with the Back Room on a podcast near you. LT, we'll talk a little NFL in this segment, get back to basketball at the top of the hour. But first, tell us about our great friends at Gutter Cap C-Stu. It's raining up here, and every time it rains, I was always thankful that I, years ago, decided to get my gutters capped and not have to worry about my gutters.
Yeah, look, it's a patented aluminum panel. It fits over your most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. You'll never have to clean those gutters again. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Cap it, don't snap it. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You want to be watching hoops all weekend. The last thing you want to do is get the ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Call Chris Stewart today. Ask him about the incredible next round special, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Okay, a little twist yesterday, guys, in the free agency pursuit of Lamar Jackson. No real team stepped forward, but the NFL, according to Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter, sent out a memo to every team in the NFL about dealing with uncertified agents, people that are not certified by the NFL when maybe somebody is reaching out on someone's behalf. If you're not certified, you have to get a certification by the NFL to be an official agent to deal and negotiate for NFL players. This goes to Lamar Jackson, who is a guy who represents himself. He doesn't have a quote-unquote agent. But there have been reports, and some teams have reported, that a guy by the name of Ken Francis have been reaching out, trying to encourage teams to reach out to Lamar Jackson and try to get the market going, to try to grease the tracks. Now, Lamar says, you guys are making up stuff. This is not true. And then that brings up an interesting question. And LT, I'll start with you. You know, it's not like the NFL owners have ever colluded or on anything before. I'm being sarcastic here. They have many times, whether it was trying to run the AFL out or, you know, trying to do things without free agency back in the day. So they've colluded before. And there is a belief now that the Lamar Jackson without an agent, the market has been slow churning right now, that maybe it's the owners who are sort of slow playing this Lamar Jackson free agency. What do you think? Why is it taking so long for offers to come in on Lamar Jackson? Why is this not moving faster?
Well, I think a lot of it is Lamar representing himself. I think it's a huge mistake. And if Lamar, for whatever reason, has Ken Francis negotiating for him, this would be one of the dumbest things in the history of sports. I mean, if you want to negotiate with Ken Francis on a treadmill, on a price point for that makes more sense. I mean, this guy sells fitness equipment. He's not equipped, play on words there, to deal with owners and general managers. I really don't know what's going on here. I mean, Lamar is a guy that has won an MVP. He's only 28 years old. If he doesn't receive an offer sheet, he's going to get $32 million under that franchise tag. He's not going to be excited about that. You know, he wants in the neighborhood of a $250, $300 million contract. If I was the Ravens, I'd pay it. If the Ravens don't want him, if I was someone like the Colts, we talked about this yesterday, the Vikings, there are landing spots, or you would think there's landing spots for Lamar Jackson, but nobody's biting right now. But again, I think the main reason is Lamar is representing himself.
I mean, that appears to be the case. He distanced himself from this as quickly as he could and said, this guy is not representing me. But everybody that covers the NFL that I have seen that has reported on this has said this is unprecedented, that they've never seen the NFL have to go to this step for a specific player, that there might have been an agent that they've had to send out and say, as a reminder, this agent is not certified by the NFLPA and the NFL, but never for a specific player, that so-and-so is trying to negotiate for X player. This guy is not, he's not certified by the NFL. Everybody that covers the NFL on the day-to-day says they've never seen this happen like this. So this is pretty unprecedented.
And here's the thing, guys.
As is a lot of things Lamar Jackson does, LT, including representing himself.
I mean, we make literally cents, not even pennies. I'm going to go cents on the dollar compared to what these guys make. And we've had representation for over a decade, because I just don't even understand. Like, Lamar Jackson has got to be focused on being an elite quarterback, studying film, working out, just there's so many different things. He's got public appearances. He doesn't have time to do this, and he doesn't know the ins and outs of contracts. And, people try to take advantage of it. I think he's being taken advantage of right here.
Well, yeah, and Lance, you'll remember this, and I know you will too. Dunaway Rockstar will too. I mean, the first thing our agents taught us is the true value of a contract is not what they agree to pay you to work. It's what they have to pay you not to work. That's the true value of any contract. Whatever it costs them to make you stop showing up at work is what the contract is worth to you.
Yeah, the value of, if they decide to fire you,
that's right,
or move in a different direction, that's the value of your contract.
That's right. That's what your contract is worth. It doesn't matter. So that's the very first thing our agents taught us.
They also taught us that it's not the contract you sign on day one, what it looks like, and how happy you are on day one. It's how happy you're going to be 3 years from now or 4 years from now.
But to Lance's point, and Lance, I know you guys will remember this. I'll never forget it because our agents also represent numerous college football coaches, the likes of Dabo Sweeney and people like that. They've represented some professional athletes, and the first thing they told us is, hey, listen, Cumulus Media is not, they're going to say they don't deal with agents. We get that all the time. Every athletic director wants to deal straight with a coach. And you know why? Because the athletic directors probably negotiated a couple hundred of these contracts and the coaches negotiated 0. So they know it's a winning battle for them. And Lance, this is the exact same thing you're saying about Lamar Jackson. The NFL teams negotiate these contracts every single day. He's probably negotiated 2 in his life, if that. And that's why it just doesn't make sense you don't use an agent.
You know, to me, the Lamar Jackson scenario is more fascinating than Aaron Rodgers. It is inevitable that Aaron Rodgers is going to become a New York Jet. It's just how they actually get to that point. You know, it's not inevitable that Lamar Jackson is going to be a Baltimore Raven. And we have no idea what this guy's going to get paid. We know what Aaron Rodgers is going to get paid next year. So to me, this is more of a fascinating situation and the dynamic that could quickly change if Lamar was to go to the NFC.
How come you're not hearing more about the Atlanta Falcons in the mix for Lamar Jackson? Because that seems to be such a great team everywhere except the quarterback position. Are they that sold on Desmond Ridder that you don't hear them after Lamar Jackson? Am I crazy? Is it just because Michael Vick was a left-handed quarterback too and was good with his legs that it seems like a perfect fit? But with what they have with London and Pitts and the running game and a pretty good defense and a pretty good offensive line there, it seems to me that if I was the Falcons, I'd be all in on trying to get Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I think the Falcons, though, they're afraid of going the route of your Bucks and my Rams and selling out and maybe being able to win a championship in a 2 or 3 year window. What the Falcons want to achieve, in my opinion, is you look at Arthur Blank and what teams have been able to do with a rookie quarterback on that contract. And they look at, what Brock Purdy's been able to do. And Desmond Ridder, when I watched him, I thought he looked pretty good. He's not going to be a franchise quarterback, but, he could be good enough, and he's not going to cost you any money right now. So I think that's what the Falcons are looking at. You pick up Lamar Jackson, you're going to be paying a shit ton of money.
Yeah, absolutely. But he seems to be worth it, at least at this point. Our coverage of the NCAA tournament being brought to you on the show by our friends at Precision Sports, by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, and by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com, JohnsonRVCenter.com. Great sponsors. We'll tell you more about them. And as always, our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. It's easy to see why Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing, known as one of the best roofing contractors in America. First off, he's locally owned. Greg and his wife, they own the company. They're the ones that'll be answering this phone when you call them up, 205-542-3531. I'll give you that number again in a second. Very important that you keep that number on standby. We've got storms in the area today, especially here in Kentucky. Severe weather threats all over the southeast today. If you get roof damage to your home, Greg Nelson, the first person you call, 205-542-3531. He comes out. He sort of helps you secure your place while taking some pictures. It all works well with your insurance company. You need somebody like that to walk you through the process so you don't violate your place part of your policy and don't get your full coverage. Greg can walk you through that. The number you need to have on standby, 205-542-3531. If you don't know if you have any roof damage, if you haven't had it inspected in a while, he does free no-cost roof inspections as well. And you can look him up on Facebook, simply known as Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, and our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. One other note until we get to the top of the hour, but the Rules Committee comes back, and at least for one more year, LT and Brownie, the unstoppable quarterback sneak that the Philadelphia Eagles have designed is not going to be illegal. They did not change the rules at all. Your initial thoughts on that?
I'm a little surprised by that. Normally when stuff like that comes up, it means that they've got, they feel like they've got the votes or whatever to change the rule. I mean, I guess, Lance, as long as it's the same for everybody, it's an unstoppable play. I mean, I don't know really, especially when you got a quarterback as big and powerful as Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen. or somebody like that, how are you ever going to stop that play?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can take it out. I mean, that's just the fortunate part of having a quarterback like a Jalen Hurts. And back to what your head coach said at the Miami Dolphins, Mike McDaniel, I really respect when a team can have success when everyone in the stadium knows exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and that's the case on this play. I mean, they get the guys right up behind the quarterback. Everybody knows what's coming.
Yeah,
but it's just unstoppable.
But I just want your honest opinion. Lance, I'll start with you, and then Brownie. As a fan who's watching the game, and it's 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, and I watch those, and these are in the playoffs and the Super Bowl. I watch that, and I'm like, well, this is a given. It's a given. I know what they're going to do. I know they're going to do it on 3rd or 4th down. I know it's not going to be stopped. From a fan perspective, I'm watching it, LT, and I'm like, is this good for football? Because it seems to me like the Eagles and anyone else who can get good at this is really playing with a yard marker that is really only, first and 9 or 1st and 8.5. They don't have to get the full 10 yards to get a first down. It's not cheating. It's all by the rules, but it's taking a little bit of the enjoyment of 3rd and short, 4th and short out of the game for me, and I don't like that as a fan.
Well, it's almost like before they moved extra point to 38 yards. I mean, the extra point was a given.
Yeah.
With that said, keep them in 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. I mean, you know what you're kind of getting into. If they get in 3rd and short, 4th and short, you got problems.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, and that's the thing. Don't let them have 4th and inches, right, or 3rd and inches. I mean, that's the thing. Now, that's easy to say, but Lance, if the Rams have a game to get in the playoffs and it comes down, under 2 minutes to a 4th and 1, you're gonna say, game's over. I mean, there's just no stopping them right now.
Well, I don't think I'm going to see that for a while, but.
Thank you to Precision Michelson and JohnsonRVCenter.com, JohnsonRVCenter.com. Brandy, tell us about the great folks at those 2 locations we drove past on the way up here to Louisville, Kentucky. We'll get back to basketball. Last night's action, Alabama in action tonight. Man, it's so great to have such great basketball programs in our state. Andy Kennedy will be with us at 11 o'clock. UAB is still playing. We had Wendell Green on the show. Auburn made it all the way. Looked like they were going to be a Sweet 16 team as well until the second half against Houston. You can go watch our conversation with Wendell Green. And, of course, Alabama still trying to win a national championship. We're in Louisville with them thanks to JohnsonRVCenter.com.
Make every weekend spring break at Johnston RV Center. They've got the lifetime warranty on the RVs that are new or under 2 years old, used. They got the best deals in the state on fifth wheels, travel trailers, motorhomes, toy haulers. They're still closing out the 22s. The 23s are arriving every single day. Listen, spring break is next week. You can make every weekend spring break, though. Why limit it to 1 week a year? Make every week spring break with an RV from Johnston RV Center. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you here from beautiful Louisville, Kentucky. And listen, I lived in Kentucky down the road in Lexington for 2 years. So I've been here on sunny, beautiful spring days in Louisville. And it is a beautiful place at different parts in town, including Patrick O'Shea's, this historic location right across from the Yum Center on the banks of the Ohio. It's a beautiful city. It is not one of those picturesque days here, though, where it is very rainy and overcast outside and still rather warm, considering the way I've packed. Lance, I don't know if you've ever gone on. We won't get into what Brown left back in Birmingham, but I came on this trip yesterday, and if you remember what I was wearing in our studio yesterday, I had joggers on. So I get up here today, and and this is the worst feeling in the world. Like, it's bad enough if you leave all your toiletries at home or something like that. But I get up here, and I did not bring one single belt with me on this trip. I went to throw on a belt. Does that ever happen to anybody at all?
Yeah.
You ever get somewhere in a hotel and you're like, because I had those joggers on, and I was like, dadgummit, didn't bring a belt.
I've got a checklist on when I go on trips, and the one thing that I leave the most is belts.
Really?
It really is. I'll never forget, we were going to my buddy Frank Bromberg's daughter's wedding, Ann Hayden, and this was, it's sad I mark it by this, but it was the day before Kobe Bryant's helicopter crash. And
oh my!
Wow!
Yeah, I thought you were going to give a sporting event.
No,
That's
but
how
I was on the way back.
Happy anniversary, baby!
Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
I remember because Kobe went down.
Well, theirs was the day before, but we were coming back, and that's when I started to get all those phone calls and all those texts. But the day before, or 2 days before, when I was heading down, I was like, and it's like I always remember, if I forget a cooler on a beach trip, if I forget something, it's always right before I get to Montgomery. So just in my head, I was like, I've got to go to this rehearsal dinner tonight. I've got to go to a wedding tomorrow. I don't have a belt. So I called my sister-in-law, and I was like, does Montgomery have any good men's clothing? And they've got a place called The Locker Room. The locker room's legit. You disagree? Little
No.
T's got a lot of Montgomery experience. Have you been to the locker room?
Yeah, there's one in Auburn.
Okay. Well, the
And
locker
it's
room,
good.
I went in there. I was blown away. They had some really, really good brands. And I ended up, they had some cold beer going, too, because it was a Friday. They had a keg going. And so.
We'll never see Lance again.
Missed the wedding.
Had a beer, got a belt, and made it. But yes, Dunaway, that's the one thing that I typically forget. So I try to pack the belt first now.
Yeah, me too. I didn't have pants on with a belt, so I didn't think about it yesterday. Luckily, our friends at Way to Wellness.
There's a million belts in Louisville, I promise.
I've made it to where I don't always have to have
There's some
belts
suspenders,
anymore. Those
too.
wonderful folks at Way to Wellness. I actually don't think they're on my log today, but they're great folks at planforme.com.
Good people, yeah.
Great people right there. Our coverage from up here in Louisville being brought to you by our friends at Precision, Michelson, and JohnsonRVCenter.com. Let's get back to first what's going on tonight here and elsewhere. Why are you laughing?
Daniel in the chat room said, had a beer, got a belt, and made it is easily a line in Lance's country song if he loses.
I mean, do you ever notice, LT, how your life works sometimes? Like, God, I forgot a belt. You call someone else. Usually they're able to help you. But if they don't help you, they give you a place to go, and you go in there, and it's also always like, a fountain of chocolate or beer or whatever else you're dreaming of at that time. You seem to be one of those guys that could fall out of a 5-story building and land on your feet and be okay.
I don't know about that, Dunaway, but, you got to make the most of what you got, right?
Go watch the Mystery Fifth Hour. He talks about a couple falls he took that did not land on his feet.
Again, Lancaster, when I got sent up there, I told you where the room you guys are broadcasting from in O'Shea's, it looks like the first night I was in Lancaster, the bar I ended up in. But I made that trip where it seemed like it was going to be awful. I made it into a really good trip.
Yep.
Really?
That's what I try to do every time I lose, man.
Fantastic. As we're broadcasting here at O'Shea's, and some of the staff making their way up to the second floor, and we got 6 floors, I think they told us here, some below ground, some above ground. Just a beautiful location here at O'Shea's. Back to basketball. What's happening today? Let's set the table for these games. We'll get to Alabama last, but the other early game is Houston and Miami. Houston -7.5 taking on Miami. LT, you seem to be concerned a little bit about Houston. Does that start right now?
Yeah, it starts right now because Marcus Sasser says now he's 90%. Again, it went from he looked like he was going to be unable to play even close to 30 minutes against Auburn to he looked 100%. Now he's saying he's 90% for this game. Miami's got an elite player in Isaiah Wong. They've got a big in Omer who can he's got 31 rebounds in 2 games, and they've got an elite coach in Larinaga. So although this number's big, I actually like Houston in this game. Miami's a team that's got a ton of experience. Elite 8 run last year. They ultimately get blown out by Kansas. They led in that first half. This could be a tricky game for Houston.
Marcus Sasser and Jamal Sheed, they do keep talking about those injuries, but you can still be injured and effective. We saw that, right? So they haven't re-injured. They haven't had their injury, a different injury. They're still the same injury that they had before they played so well in the second half against Auburn. So I don't know why the concern level is where it is for you and others about their injuries anymore. I haven't seen nothing that says that they are not going to at least be what they were in the second half against Auburn.
Yeah, but I think we talked to Charles Barkley. I think we talked to Andy Kennedy. We talked to Riley Norris, former players that have had this injury. And they talk about the lateral movement and how it just doesn't go away for a while. And it could have just been one of those moments where it wasn't, it wasn't acting up. I mean, again, it didn't look like it against Auburn. But I'm not going to be surprised if this thing, you have a little relapse on it.
Would you say Larinaga's style is a little bit like Kelvin Sampson's at Houston? Do you feel that way? Just kind of the big athletic guy that'll defend you. But Houston just seems to have better, bigger athletic guys.
Yeah.
But it's it seems like they try to play roughly the same style. Am I wrong about that?
I think they do. Obviously, they're not nearly as athletic and
right.
And they're not nearly as long as Houston. But, yeah, they swarm to the basketball. Watching them against Auburn last year, and, Auburn had 2 dominant bigs, and Jabari and obviously Walker Kessler. But Miami, their game plan, man, was just to invade those guards, and they did a great job with it.
We'll see if Isaiah Wong and Miami can try to pull the upset tonight against Houston. That's the other early game. Alabama goes at 5:30 here in beautiful Louisville, just across the street from where we are at O'Shea's at 5:30 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network with Chris Stewart and Bryan Passink, who will be with us at 12 noon. Bama a 7.5-point favorite in that one. Houston a 7.5-point favorite for their game at 6 o'clock over on CBS. The late slate early game here in Louisville is Creighton and Princeton. Big point spread, 10 points there. And this all comes back to Nembhard and Ryan Kalkbrenner, 2 Ryans there that have been inside, outside, and they really worked that offense for Creighton really good. This team has played better than you thought they were going to play, LT.
Yeah, I thought NC State would upset them in the first round. Didn't happen. And Doug McDermott, or Greg McDermott, I should say, has really got this team rolling. You talk about Ryan Nembhard, 30 points against Baylor. Kalkbrenner had the 31 against NC State. He's a 7-1 guy that can do a lot of different things. Creighton's offense is really good. You heard Furman say the defense is underrated. I think for a minute, or maybe still, Brown, they hit your Ken Pom offensive and defensive metrics. So, by that degree, Creighton, a lot of people are saying this could be one of these surprise teams that makes a Final Four run. But Princeton, this is the third year we've had a 15 make a Sweet 16. They haven't trailed after the opening minutes of that Missouri game. They completely dominated Missouri midway through the first half throughout the game. They've got great spacing, cutting, ball security. They shoot the three well-disciplined team. If they're hitting their threes, and if they can somehow hang on the boards, which they kind of dominated the boards against Missouri, 44-30, they've got a shot. Again, much like I like Houston, kind of like Creighton. Yesterday you said, what are going to be the better games? I said Thursday night, Friday could be a bunch of blowouts. Last night we got some really close games, one blowout. Tonight we could have a lot of blowouts in one close game.
Lance mentioned the Ken Pom. If you're not familiar with it real quick, Ken Pomeroy does the basketball analytics site that coaches swear by. Any team that has won the national championship since he started it has been top 40 offense, top 25 defense for the season. After last night, and you're right about Creighton, they are still in that window, Lance. After last night, you know who else is knocking on that door? Florida Atlantic and Kansas State. Both those teams, with one more good game, probably are in that window now. So,
well, one of those, they'll have a good game. They're playing each other. And
that's right.
Florida Atlantic, in the beginning, I was like, there is no way. The physicality of Tennessee is way too much. And then Florida Atlantic ends up winning the Battle of the Boards, which was crazy. And the run they went on in the second half, that team is electric. Now, Kansas State, though, with the way Noel's playing, I mean, he's the story of the tournament right now. I don't know if they can actually beat Kansas State, but either one of those teams getting to a Final Four is going to be an amazing story.
All right, one other game tonight, the late game, the last game, Texas and Xavier, and it's the smallest point spread of any of them tonight. It'll be hard to be as good as Gonzaga UCLA was that closed off the night last night, but Texas and Xavier, Texas a 4.5-point favorite. And let's start with Sean Miller here, the Xavier coach. He was the Xavier coach, then went to Blue Blood, Arizona. We all know what went on. Of the guys who got caught up in that FBI investigation, Patino, Will Wade, Sean Miller, Bill Self. Self won a national championship last year. Now he's having health issues. His team is done. Sean Miller, I mean, it's obviously a step down from Arizona, but he's having a good year and he's in a good place right now. What a heck of a story, a redemption story it is for Sean Miller so far.
Yeah, look, you've got 5 players averaging double figures. They're scoring 81 points per game, very balanced offense. And, at one moment we were saying, is Sean Miller the best coach that's never been to a Final Four? Well, heck, he might get there, not with Arizona, but back with Xavier. It's a really good team, but you got to look at the path that they've taken to get to this point to play Houston. Kennesaw State should have won that game, up double digits in the second half. Pittsburgh was up double digits on them, and they played an extremely good, balanced second half against Pittsburgh en route to winning that game. I don't know where I am on Xavier. They were a 3 seed for a reason, but I think Texas, it's almost inevitable to me that we're going to get that Texas and Houston matchup.
Yeah, I just believe Texas is the easiest money on the board tonight against the point spread. Am I crazy about that?
That is the one game I'm staying away from.
Well, now you may want to rethink it.
Yeah, I just feel like it's the easiest game on the board tonight. As I sat here and look at it, Brownie will tell us about our friends at MyBookie. -4.5 is where it was this morning at 8 Central Time over there at mybookie.ag.
That is where you go to play all the games tonight and then throughout the weekend, all the NBA games, Major League Baseball starting soon, the football games and all these offshoot leagues. You play those there. Weekly blackjack tournaments. The key at mybookie.ag is this sign-up bonus. Now, a lot of places are going to give you a sign-up bonus when you sign up for the first time, right? That's the way they get your business. But what they don't tell you is the fine print in there. And that fine print says sometimes you got to bet that bonus 5 times, 6 times, up to 10 times for it to become yours. Not mybookie.ag. Sign-on bonuses now up to $2,000. Bet at one time. It is yours and yours forever. They never take it back there at mybookie.ag. It's all up to you at that point. $2,000, up to $2,000 when you register for the first time at mybookie.ag and use code next round. Code next round. You can do it for money. You can do it for fun. You can do it just to create a little interesting games, whatever you want to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Mybookie.ag, code next round.
Now, we had to listen to it on the drive up, LT, but the guys on Westwood 1 were telling us that Kansas State, Michigan State was an instant classic, 98-93. Then I settled into an unbelievable hotel room here at the Galt House, right next to the Yum Center. And I can look out my window and see the Yum Center. Look out my window, see the Ohio River. Look out my window and see O'Shea. So we're just perfectly located. So I settled in. You know, I took a few snacks and settled in.
Fixed a glass of brandy.
And, you know, had my high noon, I think, and a Bud Light, and settled down to watch a little bit of that game, that late game. Which was the better game last night? Was it Gonzaga, UCLA, or was it Kansas State and Michigan State? Because both were labeled instant classics, and both, one sounded and one looked fantastic. You saw both of them. Which was the better game?
Oh, I'm going to lean Gonzaga, UCLA, but boy, it was tight. I mean, Kansas State, Michigan State to go to overtime, just the way Marquise Noel played. I mean, again, he is the story of the tournament, and for him to go out, and I really thought Tom Izzo, the way that they would defend him would be much different, but he said they were in awe of the kid. I mean, he goes out, he's got a record for assist in game with 19. Throughout the tournament, I mean, he is just completely dominated. 5'8". I was saying this earlier when you guys lost audio. He might have an opportunity in the NBA. And it's amazing. Yeah. This guy, I heard a story this morning from Kermit Davis, the ex-Ole Miss coach, that the head coach, what's his name? Kenny Walker. No, not Kenny Walker. Anyway.
Which school?
Little Rock. Little Rock. Former NBA guy. Last name Walker. Anyway, he recruited him. And it's because one of his assistants said, hey, I know this kid in Harlem that's got a pretty good skill set. You need to take a look at him. So they brought him into Little Rock, looked at him, said he was really raw around the edges. They ended up giving him a scholarship. He played there for 3 years. And now in his 5th year of collegiate basketball, he is just, I mean, he is electric. I mean, you watch, every pass was one-handed. The way he breaks down defenses, the way his ability to play defense himself, 5 steals last night, and his range. I mean, he is the most electric player right now, maybe outside of Brandon Miller, and maybe even more than Brandon Miller at this particular point.
21 and 14 is what he's averaging. 21 points, 14 assists for the NCAA tournament. He had 20 and 19 last night, 19 assists, and including big buckets down the stretch and big assists down the stretch to help Kansas State beat Michigan State in overtime 98-93, yes.
Lance, you know, the interesting thing, the Galt House is our hotel here, right next to where we are and right next to the Yum Center. You know what they do not have at the Galt House?
A ghost.
Maybe not. TBS.
Oh,
so we sit down, we get in, we sit down, and Tennessee and Florida Atlantic are on TBS. And I'm like, I can't find it anywhere. I called Dunaway. I was like, do you have TBS in your room? And he's like, nope, I don't think I do. So had to go to the old iPad to watch Tennessee, Florida Atlantic. I
was about to say, I'd have put the joggers back on and gone across the street to O'Shea's.
I had no desire to watch that game. I was all dialed in on UCLA and Gonzaga because in our bracket, I did not have Tennessee or Florida Atlantic. Tennessee ends up losing. They get eliminated. Florida Atlantic is on. But, you know, back to that Kansas State story, when you have that many kids from New York, there was, you know, another player on Kansas State's from New York, a player on Michigan State's a big New Yorker. Boy, that made the Garden a place last night. Wasn't it? That place had some juice in it.
It really did. It really did. And Kansas State had and Michigan State always travels well, but Kansas State, you know, looking for their first Final Four since 1964. And I think they're going to get there. Florida Atlantic obviously is no joke. They've been in the top 25 the majority of the year. When we have A.K. Andy Kennedy coming up at 11 o'clock, we'll talk more about those Owls. But this Kansas State team, the way they're hitting right here, I mean, Keontae Johnson goes for 22, and you don't even notice it because Noel's so good last night.
Have you ever seen, I mean, it was essentially a set fake play, I guess. Not a fake play, but a set fake to run an alley-oop like that. Oh, that was so creative by Jerome Tang to kind of set that up and just made what is normally a really disciplined defensive team in Michigan State. When they saw him looking over, yelling at Jerome Tang, it looked like they kind of took a breath, and it opened up the backdoor alley-oop. I thought that was such a genius play.
Yeah, I hadn't seen Michigan State play that bad of defense. Now, there have been lulls. You saw the Iowa game and what they did in that final minute and then in overtime. But
Alabama was good against them earlier this year.
Yeah. I guess they're just struggling with what you would call elite offenses.
Yeah.
But Kansas State got for 98.
UConn destroyed Arkansas last night as well. That's last night's action. Go ahead, LT. What were you going to say?
No, I was just saying, even though it was in overtime, to score 98 points against that Michigan State team, that's pretty impressive.
Absolutely. UAB's Andy Kennedy joins us at the top of the hour, final hour of the show. We will have Chris Stewart and Bryan Passink on location here. Show's being brought to you, all of our coverage all the way through the Final Four, being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, by Michelson Laser Vision, and by JohnsonRVCenter.com. When we come back, Rockstar will play for us what Nate Oates said yesterday. He'll play for us what Nick Saban said yesterday about Nate Oates. And that comment he made from a news conference a little bit later on. Nate Oates saying yesterday he was not offended at all by those Nick Saban comments. Saban explains at yesterday's pro day about what he said, how it was taken, and his thoughts on the whole thing. We'll get to that coming up. And we'll talk a little bit about Alabama's pro day, who impressed LT, and what did everybody think of Bryce Young? That and more basketball as we continue today, being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's. Wayne's celebrating right now 50 years of service, our friends at Wayne's, and they want to help you out, whether it's with your lawn care service or your mosquito services. It's that time of year. We're going to get out. When you have rain like you have here at O'Shea's in Louisville today, some of that water can start standing. Maybe it's in the woods behind your house. Maybe you got a creek, a drainage area, or you just have mosquitoes in your neighborhood. They're just something close by where they, have taken up root. Get rid of those mosquitoes with one easy call to Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, or go to the website, callwaynes.com. And there you can get a mosquito service, you can get lawn care service, pest, termite protection. They've been doing it for 50 years, and they're going to help you save $50 off each one of those services. Stack them up, save $100, $150 if you use the promo code TNR for the next round. TNR. Use that promo code when you go to callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES-1. Callwaynes.com, 866-WAYNES-1. Promo code TNR. Save $50 or more dollars. New customers or existing customers. It works for everybody. Promo code TNR. Callwaynes.com or literally call them up. 866-WAYNES-1. Back to Louisville and beautiful historic Patrick O'Shea's right next to the Yum Center on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you 155 days before the start of college football season. And we'll talk a little college football here in just a second. But first, let me tell you, the fine folks at the University of Montevallo bringing you part of the show today. Montevallo, wonderful place for your son or daughter to go to school. If you're looking for that special place, maybe small class sizes to help them academically. A wonderful campus life, fraternities, sororities, theater department with a new multi-million-dollar building. Or maybe they want to continue their high school athletic career into a new year. 23 fully funded scholarship sports right there at Montevallo. To schedule an in-person tour and to find out more details, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. I want you to hear Nick Saban first, commenting yesterday at the Pro Day in Tuscaloosa when he was asked about his comments on Nate Oates, or his comments about discipline on his football team and how some tied that to Nate Oates. Nick Saban explained those comments and the reaction this way.
Coach, do you want to clarify the wrong place, wrong time comment from the presser on Monday, if that had anything to do with Nate Oates?
There's nothing to clarify. You know, I don't watch basketball coaches' press conferences. I've never watched basketball. How many years have I been coaching, you know? Never watched one. Never listen to what other people say. You know, that was strictly about our program and what we do. Had nothing to do with anybody else. I don't make any comments about anybody else. And we hope the basketball team does really, really well.
That's Nick Saban yesterday. So can we put that to bed now? What do you think? We'll start, Brown, with you, and then we'll go to LT. Can we put that comment from a football news conference to bed? I know everything else isn't going to bed. Can we put that to bed?
I'm willing to put it to bed, but I think, look, there are going to be two schools of thought here, because we said from the beginning, everyone we talked to in Tuscaloosa said, look, he didn't mean anything by it. He wasn't trying to sideswipe Nate Oates. He was talking about a player on his team and his philosophy, and it was about his team, not anybody else's. And furthermore, he was even unaware that Coach Oates had said that and then had to apologize for it, that he was unaware of all of that. Now, that's what we were told from Tuscaloosa. People are either going to believe that and believe that Nick Saban lives in a bubble, had no idea, and it was just a poor use of words at a poor time, or an unfortunate, maybe not poor, but unfortunate slip of the tongue that he meant no intent by. Or people, probably not Alabama fans, are going to say, this is just him trying to patch things up and play the PR game. Look, I mean, the only reason you can put it to bed is people have already made their mind up on this, and I don't think what Nick Saban said yesterday, Lance, is changing anything in that.
Yeah, I mean, he said that he didn't hear it. He's never watched press conferences. Again, I find it hard to believe just because of the blowback that Nate Oates got. I'm not calling Nick Saban a liar, just my opinion. It seems far-fetched that after Oates says that, then he's got to basically do a presser apologizing, and you would think that's when it would have come out, and it would at least, Nick Saban reads things. He might not watch coaches' press conferences, but he reads things. So a little surprised he didn't see it, but he said he didn't see it or hear it, so got to take him at his word.
Yeah, I would say this about, Nick Saban's relationship with Nate Oates, though, LT, is, and we brought this up a little bit yesterday, if he thought this was being mishandled at all by Nate Oates, or if he thought, as Clay said on our show, was somehow hurting his football program or the reputation of Alabama to where it could impact his football program, Nick Saban would not have jumped knee deep into this story like he did. Nick Saban started showing up when? Right after the testimony in the prelim trial that brought Brandon Miller's name to the forefront, when the national media started talking about, oh my goodness, what are they doing? How is he playing? When Nate Oates needed a life vest thrown to him, a life raft thrown to him off a boat, who was at the very next game and not even sitting in his normal seats up in the darkened area midcourt, halfway up where his seats are for a basketball game. It was Nick Saban. He was there. He was in row 1, row 2, right there at the end of the bench, right next to Greg Byrne, where every camera can see him. He did the walk down to shake hands with Calipari so more people would see that he was there, that the national TV cameras would see he was there. If he thought anything was, if he wasn't happy with anything that the university or Nate Oates had done, he would have not put himself so close to the story. He would not have jumped into that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Lance, I do think he was making an obvious effort to show his support for Nate Oates and the basketball team. He went to more games than I've ever seen him go to, and he was more, to Dunaway's point, in more high-profile areas than I've ever seen him. Sitting courtside, as Jim said, walking out, shaking hands with Cal. I mean, I think it was pretty obvious that in all of this, Nick Saban has tried to show his support for Nate Oates publicly and for Alabama basketball, for that matter.
Yeah, I don't think Nick Saban, according to some national reports, would ever feel threatened by a basketball coach on campus.
No.
Again, I think it benefits his program. There's excitement with this basketball program. So I do think Nick Saban was supporting Nate Oates. I think they've got a really good relationship. And at the same time, I think Nick Saban wants to be part of that environment, especially with recruits he's bringing in.
Well, and I guess among the last things I'll say is, again, if you believe that Nick Saban was trying to, through the media, criticize Nate Oates, as Clay has mentioned and some others have, and it's their opinion to believe that, this is just my opinion. If you believe that, and you believe this guy's the most powerful guy on campus, which he is, he could say whatever he wants about Nate Oates with little repercussions, which he could, and he chose to do that because he was upset at this situation. It is hard to pair that up with him then going and doing the staged photo shoot the other day and then saying what he just said in that soundbite. It's hard to pair those two up, that he is just so upset that he's going to do that, but he's also going to, in a sense, backtrack a little bit. Hard to pair those two things up for me.
We were at O'Shea's across from Yum Center. Our coverage being brought to you by Precision Sports, Michelson Laser Vision, and the wonderful folks at JohnsonRVCenter.com, including some of those who have just rolled in here. One of them in a sweatshirt that I didn't even know we had that color. That is a beautiful sweatshirt.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great looking next round shirt right there. Yeah.
Is that a Love You Blue? Like basically a little baby blue next round shirt?
Love it.
Reed, go ahead and put one of those on my desk. XL. Beautiful sweatshirt up here. As the Alabama fans are starting to wake up for a game coming up, I'll ask you a question, LT, about Alabama tonight, right after Brownie tells us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Jim, don't forget, it is turkey time in the state of Alabama. Now, I am not talking about Thanksgiving, obviously, but turkey season is here. Don't waste your time running all over town collecting your hunting gear. Spend that time out hunting. Nichols Outfitters has everything you need for a great turkey season: the calls, the decoys, the camp, the top quality firearms you've come to expect from Nichols Outfitters. Drop in today. Get out on the hunt. I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. NicholsOutfitters.com. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
All right, LT, so it seems like the next bump in the road in this journey for Alabama was the Nick Saban comments. If we're moving past that now, we watched that Nate Oates news conference the other day. We watched the players. We saw them at the end of the time in Birmingham. Does it feel to you like this team is starting to find a little joy in this journey, to all of a sudden not have as much pressure on them from the murder and the trial and all the aftermath that happened earlier? Is this team starting to act more natural to you, which can only be a good thing for Alabama?
Yeah, look, I don't think they played their best basketball by any means in that first round at Legacy Arena. But, they still won by an average of 21.5 points, and they had the benefit of that being a home crowd, so you don't have to listen to the catcalling and the distractions. And I think as this journey moves forward, I think it'll be much the same in Louisville. I don't think they'll hear any of that. I think they're getting away is a good thing. And I'm still waiting for that complete game. And who knows, it might be tonight against a really good San Diego State defense.
I mean, yeah, well, it needs to be. I mean, I think that is a good San Diego State defense. They don't quite have the offense to match up with it the way Alabama's elite defense has done so this year. But I think it takes a complete game. These next two games, maybe 5 seed, 6 seed. These teams are probably better than 5 and 6 seeds. You know, I think if the same exact resume San Diego State had a Kansas jersey or a Duke jersey or a North Carolina jersey, they're probably seated a little bit higher. You probably say the same about Creighton. You take their exact numbers, their exact players, their exact resume, and put one of those blue blood jerseys on it, they're probably seated higher than 6. You know, I don't think Alabama's got the toughest road left, but I do think these are obviously difficult games.
Who is playing their best basketball though right now? How many Alabama players can we name that are playing their best basketball? I know what you're saying, that they have not played maybe their A+ game in a long time, and I agree with that, which I think is what is a good news for Alabama fans, that this team can actually play better than it has been playing, and they've been winning so easily that there may be another gear for them to go back to the way they looked in December or January. But who is playing their best basketball right now, LT?
Javon Quinterly. I don't think there's
JQ,
yeah, JQ. I don't think there's any doubt about it. He is playing at another level right now. He is kind of the spark for this offense. I mean, when you look at JQ against Corpus Christi, you know, he goes out in a game, again, Brandon Miller didn't score in, and he was very efficient, 13 points, but then 22 against Maryland. You go back, Texas A&M in that championship game, 22 points there. And he's hitting his threes, 4 of 6 against Maryland, 4 of 8 against Texas A&M. So in his last 3 games, he is 9 of 19 from behind the arc. You know, he continues to play like that. His ability to get to the rim, you know, make contact, get to the free throw line. He is going to be a huge key down this stretch.
Can I say it? Can I say the name? Am I allowed to say the name?
You can.
Have I been cut off?
No. You have 3 uses of that word that starts with a B on the show today.
Lance is Charles Bediako.
Yeah.
Charles Bediako.
That gets a laugh from the crowd.
It did. It get a laugh from the crowd. They watch. Charles Bediako. I mean, that is a guy that I think he's playing his best basketball of his career, not just of this season. But Lance, I think of his career. I made this comparison for Bediako, and I think I've used it on the show. But I know I was talking to somebody off the show not long ago. Charles Bediako was the 9th grader that hit puberty early, and he was 6'7", so he was on the team, and he was completely, you know, he wasn't a skilled basketball player, but he's 6'7", right? And that's going to get you a lot. That's going to get you a long way in high school basketball. That was kind of Charles Bediako as a freshman. He's not that anymore. He's a skilled big guy and is a huge difference maker for Alabama right now.
When I say on the defensive end,
Bediako and JQ, that's the 2 good places to start, inside and outside.
Yeah, I mean, Bediako, 17 blocks since the SEC tournament started in Nashville. So he's averaging over 3 blocks per game over his last 5 games. You know, he's basically been a double-double. You know, 11-6, 10-5, 12-13, 9-8, 10-10. A little less than a double-double, but still so effective. And again, what he's doing defensively, and his field goal percentage has been just out of this world. He's not taking a lot of attempts, but, you know, 83% against Mississippi State, 100%, 5 for 5 against Missouri, 67% against A&M, 57% against Corpus Christi, and 80%, 4 of 5 against Maryland. So very efficient. He's, you know, he's a guy that's altering shots. He's blocking shots. He's doing a lot for this Alabama team, especially on the defensive side.
We'll talk to Chris Stewart and Bryan Passink. They'll be on our set here at O'Shea's in Louisville coming up at 12 noon today, 1 o'clock Eastern time, 12 Central. They'll be here. We sometimes forget we're rolling on Eastern time up here. I've got one more stat for you right here, okay? You ready? You want it now, LT? You want to tell
bring
me
it,
about
Dunaway.
Redmond
Bring it.
You want tell me about Redmond first?
Oh, that's a good tease, Jim.
And then we'll get to this stat because you may need to get a stiff drink if you're a San Diego State fan.
Hey, I told you Redmond Vodka is going to be in Houston, whether Alabama's there or not. So if you're just going to Houston, you got Final Four tickets. Make sure you look around. Ask for it by name. It's Redmont Vodka. It's locally owned and operated, 8 times distilled. It's gluten-free. No harsh aftertaste. Fantastic product. Got to hang out with those guys in Nashville last week. And for anybody heading up to Louisville, I know it's bourbon country. Still a lot of vodka drinkers. Ask for it by name. Again, Redmont Vodka.
You told me Redmont's going to be in Houston. I thought I told you Redmont was going to be
Redmont.
No.
Well, I was going to be in Houston. Well, you said, I mean, I think you took it a step further than just being Houston.
Because I was talking about a credential, and for whatever reason, you were like, you don't need a credential.
Yeah, Redmont's going to be there.
You said they're going to have a skybox.
I think they are.
No,
I think Lance
I confirmed that yesterday. Quickly, it was a hell no.
Do you know how much one of those cost in the Final Four?
Well, I mean, it's Barkley's company.
I know. He probably doesn't want to spend money on a skybox.
Barkley, he's going to have Alabama minus the points in Vegas. You might as well get a skybox as well. Here's your stat, LT. Last 7 games for San Diego State, they're averaging 65 points a game. That includes in the NCAA tournament. They're averaging 65 a game. If they get their average 65 today, is that enough to beat Alabama?
No, it's not. They are going to, again, going back to San Diego State in the regular season, they played, I don't want to say 3 like teams, but 3 teams that could play with Alabama. And that is Arkansas. They scored 74, still lost the game 78-74. Against Arizona, they scored 70. They lost by 17, 87-70. And against St. Mary's, didn't quite get there. They scored 61 but lost 68-61. So to me, in order to beat Alabama, they're going to have to score 75 today.
75. Well, here's one more. Alabama averages 82 points a game. San Diego State's only hit 82 or more 7 times all season long.
Can Alabama score 82 on them, you think?
I don't think they have to. But
you don't think they have to?
But, no. But
I think in the 70s
if Alabama's in the 70s today, good chance to win. High 70s, 80s, it's an Alabama win, maybe easy, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. And I do look for Creighton to ultimately run Princeton. And it might be beneficial if Alabama has another one of these grinded games. You know, they end up blowing out Maryland, but they didn't look great. But if they have one of these grinded games, they win this game by 10 to 15 points. I think that, again, I still think you want to save those complete games for what you've got coming up.
I mean, the numbers you gave, I'll go back to my boy Ken Pom, where Alabama is 3rd in adjusted defense, 18th in adjusted offense, San Diego State 6th in adjusted defense, and 71st in offense. I mean, they just don't – they've got every bit the defense Alabama plays when Alabama's playing well on defense. They just don't have the offense to match with.
Yeah, and it's not even close.
That backs up the stat you just gave.
I mean, again, they've only got one guy averaging in double figures, and that's barely with Matt Bradley.
You go to Ken Pom a lot, so I know you can navigate that site pretty well.
What you want?
Strength of schedule for San Diego State compared to Alabama. Because when you I assume, right, we're throwing in these Ken Pom numbers. That's actual numbers and data of the games they played this year. I assume adjusted by their strength of schedule.
Yeah, adjusted strength of schedule for Ken Pom is 47th in the nation for San Diego State, 10th for Alabama. To put that in perspective, I'll just try to give you some perspective. Texas was 7th. Connecticut's was 28th. Creighton's was actually 12th. Houston's 91st, which is interesting.
So San Diego State played a lot better schedule than Houston did?
According to Ken Pom's numbers, yes, San Diego State. Yeah, I mean, Lance gave you some, not that Houston didn't play some good out-of-conference games. They played Alabama. But, I mean, San Diego State played a challenging non-conference schedule.
Okay, so that goes against my theory there that their numbers could be a little.
Well, where do you think it would
could be a little fake defensively.
I said 41st.
I thought they'd be in the 70s, 80s, or 90s.
Yeah, you thought they'd be where Houston is.
Being in the Mountain West, but you got to remember, Mountain West is a multiple bid league every year, 3 bids, 4 bids. But it was San Diego State who got the league's first win in the tournament since 2018 this year, and now they're still alive in the Sweet 16, and they'll try to knock off number 1 Alabama.
And can I say one thing real quick?
Go ahead. Give me one stat. Go ahead.
The Big Ten is done. Everybody hypes up the Big Ten every year. Every year, Big Ten basketball is the best in the country. Big Ten, Big Ten, Big Ten. Big Ten is done.
Yep. Brown's about to tell us about Manscaped, but I took a little off the top of Tennessee basketball yesterday, if you will. When Tennessee lost, I really thought Taylor would, pay money and push this tweet out and get it promoted and all this stuff. But I tweeted out, LT. I know you didn't see it because you don't. I'm not even sure you follow me on Twitter. But I tweeted out officially spring.
Shots at you and
Rick
I
Barnes
at the same time.
saw his shadow today. Officially spring. Rick Barnes saw his shadow today, which I thought was a fantastic tweet.
Well, I mean, the facts are the facts. I mean, Barnes has been to 27 NCAA tournaments with 4 different teams. He's only been to 3 Elite Eights. I mean, he's a really good coach, but he's almost like the opposite of Izzo.
Yeah, when it's officially spring, he sees his shadow and he goes home. It's basketball season's over. What a great tweet.
Damn, Taylor, I can't
tweet.
believe
I don't know what it costs.
didn't.
Taylor's close to you there. What is it, $5 to promote a tweet or boost it, tickle it, poke it?
Tickle it.
I don't even know what you do with tweets. You
It's
poke
not
it,
tickle,
you tweet.
I'll tell
What do
you
you
that.
do?
Yeah, I think
come on, Taylor.
The
Can we get a
tickling
little
era
love with that tweet?
Tickling era has been over for a while. And little T, I mean, I don't know why he's so pissed about you not repurposing his hokey tweet.
I can't read your mind, Dunaway.
You can't find it?
No, I can't read your mind. You got to tell me when you want stuff like that.
Well, you don't want to
tweet
try.
out.
You don't
Been trying that, Taylor, for better part of 20 years now.
You don't want to read it. Just recognize greatness when you see it. That's all I'm asking for.
Hey, what is the
All
pattern
right,
on your
Brown's going
shirt?
to tell us about Manscaped. We're going to take a quick break here and then come back to beautiful O'Shea's in downtown Louisville on this rainy day with Alabama tipping off the final part of the Sweet 16 tonight. 4 more games, but Alabama's first out of the gate right across the street at Yum Center.
Hey, so several things to tell you about with Manscaped. One of those is the Beard Hedger. I use it all the time. In fact, I used it just this morning. The thing I love about the Beard Hedger is the guard. If you're watching this on video, you see a couple things. Number 1, you see the guard. Number 2, you see the little dial where you can adjust the guard. A lot of beard trimmers done away. They got the guard that you take on, take off. I need 2 guard, need a 3 guard, need a 4 guard, take it on, take it off. If it comes on and off that easily, you know what's going to happen. You're going to be shaving and trimming that beard one day, and it's just going to pop off, and you're going to gap that beard, and it's going to look awful. Not with the Beard Hedger. It is so solid, and it's in there, and you just adjust the dial. I started at 3. Some places I'm a 2.5, just to kind of trim it down a little bit more. You've got that. You've also got the lawnmower. Listen, you don't want to use the same thing on your undercarriage of your car that you would use to wash the top of your car, right? Same thing with your body. The lawnmower specifically designed for the more gentle areas of your body and the undercarriage. You can use that. It is so good. And also, I want to tell you about the Weed Whacker. Use that the other day. Take care. It's the premium ear and nose hair trimmer. They got the 2.0, brand new redesigned Weed Whacker 2.0.
I've got that with me on the trip.
It is out right now. You don't want to look like an old man with all that nose hair and ear hair popping out. Take care of it with the Weed Whacker. Here's the good thing. When you go to manscaped.com and you use code TNR, we're going to do 2 things. We're going to pay your shipping on your first order, and we're going to save you 20%. I don't know a better deal than that. Code TNR at manscaped.com. Anything you order, we're going to pay your shipping, and we're going to save you 20%. So go to manscaped.com and use code TNR to make sure you get the best deal you can at manscaped.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Winter's upon us, and so is the cold, wet winter weather. Don't freeze in your own home. Get the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep you warm and toasty. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services since 1954. It's the name I trust and the name Birmingham trust. It's hard to stop a Trane. Call 205-229-2090.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
We'll get to four downs coming up here momentarily from Louisville. LT has those for us, and back in Birmingham, Brownie and I will jump into the conversation. All of our coverage here from the road to Houston, stopping off next from Birmingham to Louisville, and then hopefully Houston next week with Alabama, brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Great folks there who will help you see America this spring and summer and anywhere in the future with great pricing. Our friends at Michelson Laser Vision and at Precision Sports. And thank you so much to the staff here at beautiful O'Shea's in downtown, right next to the Yum Center. Great place for you Bama fans to come as you make your way to the arena this afternoon. After our show is done, a couple hours before tip time, this is the place to come before the gates open. It is O'Shea's, through multiple floors here to come. We're on the second floor today. Just come and hang out when the bar opens a little bit later on, and you get a chance to make your way down to the Yum Center. We'll make our way down to four downs right now. It starts with first down, and it starts, LT, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, if you're heading on a road trip, especially like if you were heading up to Louisville, you want to make sure your battery is checked because dead battery is not going to get you there. Take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for a comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round, we trust all our vehicles with our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We encourage you to do the same. For more information, go online, go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, both numbers basically the same, sitting at 7.5, but better chance of pulling the upset tonight. Miami over Houston or San Diego State or over Alabama?
I think I'll go Miami over Houston. I don't know why I feel that way, but something has just, I mean, I know the second half against Auburn was a different Houston team. That first half against Auburn, if you get enough of that Houston team in this game, and Miami's obviously playing their game, that's a beatable team. And maybe they got it out of their system. I don't know. But that first half I saw in Birmingham against Auburn worried me just a little bit about Houston.
Yeah, that's the side of Houston I really had not seen a lot throughout the season. But obviously Alabama did something to that Houston team in the second half to come back from 15 down. But I think Alabama's great. But, and I know you're going to say, LT, that I'm playing the other side here. I'm playing, what's it called?
Reverse jinx.
Say one thing and you really want the other to happen.
Reverse jinx is what Lance is saying. Yeah, reverse jinx. Yeah,
reverse psychology. But I really think it's San Diego State because of two things. One, the Oklahoma game is never too far from my mind, how bad Alabama played that day. And then with the circumstances and everything, that South Carolina game, South Carolina was god-awful. And Alabama had to go to overtime to beat them, and it took Brandon Miller wearing a Superman cape to get it done, scoring 41 points. So I am always fearful of a team who is as young at Alabama as Alabama is, with I think 71% of their points coming from newcomers, 50% coming from freshmen, going up against a veteran team that their calling card is defense. Another Alabama loss was to UConn, who had a great defensive effort against them. Another Alabama loss was against Tennessee, who had a great defensive effort against them. San Diego State brings that defensive calling card with them. So I'm fearful of that game tonight for Alabama because of San Diego State. I don't think either happens, but I'd say San Diego State more likely than Miami.
Yeah, I would go Miami just because of the experience, because of Isaiah Wong, because they've got a big that's got 31 rebounds through 2 games. I just don't think San Diego State offensively can keep up with Alabama.
Second down.
Jessica Chastain, actress, is 46 today. Best Jessica Chastain role. If I need to remind you guys of some, I can.
Zero Dark 30.
Yeah, Zero Dark 30 is going to be my call.
How about I got that right? Zero Dark 30.
Good job by Dunaway.
No,
Everybody applauds Dunaway getting Zero Dark 30 right.
Very good movie. I kind of liked her in Molly's Game, though. Playing Molly Bloom, true story there. I thought she was fantastic in that. I haven't seen The Eyes of Tammy Faye. Have any of you guys seen it?
I have not, but
yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. She is fantastic in that.
That was really good as well.
Yeah, she is fantastic in that.
I mean, yeah, she's a good actress, but I probably would go Zero Dark 30 or Molly's Game. I don't know. I would go Molly's Game.
Third down.
More birthdays, fellas. On this one, we have got Jim Parsons. I never have seen one episode of The Big Bang, but obviously very, very successful. He's 50 years old today. I think he played like a high school student 3 years ago, but he's 50. Chris Bosh, 39. Better career. Jim Parsons, Chris Bosh.
What has Chris Bosh done?
He's an NBA player. It's just a weird.
Bosh from the Big Three, Miami Heat.
Yeah, this is just a weird. I mean, what a weird comparison this is.
I'm going to go Jim Parsons here, though. Yeah. With Big Bang Theory.
Well, they're both birthdays today. Is the reason I bring it up, Brown.
Well, I know it's so hard to compare. I mean, I don't even know. Did Bosh win a gold medal on a green on an Olympic team or something last year?
Yeah, he did. He won multiple championships. But Parsons is a guy that's been on Broadway now that he's in syndication. And I think at one point, Rockstar, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he was the highest paid actor in a sitcom per episode.
He was, and I think they turned into that thing where they wanted everybody gets equal pay, or I'm not leaving until this dude, the original 5 members all got the equal pay or something like that. But he made a killing off that show.
And I think because of the spinoff, whatever that is called,
Young Sheldon.
Young Sheldon.
Yeah, he is an executive producer on that. So I'm going to go Jim Parsons.
Yeah, Jim Parsons for me. And, Barkley loved the Big Bang Theory. That was his favorite show for a time. I've seen every episode. It's good.
Fourth down.
Brown, you're going to love this one if you like that one. Tommy Hilfiger, 72 today. Peyton Manning, 47. Better career.
I mean, there was a time in my adolescence, Lance, where if you didn't own a piece of Tommy Hilfiger clothing, you did not matter in society. So I think I might actually go Tommy Hilfiger in this one.
Yeah, and it's still out there. Not popular now, but you're right. What was it, the 80s?
Well, this is probably actually late 80s, early 90s when it was at its height of popularity. Yeah, I mean, it was maybe might have been the biggest status symbol that there was when I was growing up.
Yeah, I think Ralph Lauren and Tommy Hilfiger were.
But I think I actually had a sailing jacket with a big Tommy Hilfiger emblem on the back of it, and it really was like a windbreaker that you only would wear like in the Davis Cup.
Yeah.
Is that what
Davis Cup
World
was
Cup.
Tennis. America's Cup was
America's Cup.
America's Cup. Or maybe the Davis Cup. It could have been a tennis windbreaker as well. Like nobody in the trailer park had anything like that, and it looked very how should I say it, like very non-manly. It did not intimidate anybody when I was wearing that.
Yeah, hey, the ironic thing there is it is a yacht windbreaker or whatever, and you can't even swim.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully,
there's some irony there.
Hopefully it would help me float. That's 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires. in automotive.
Yeah, again, get that vehicle in, get that battery checked, make sure, because a lot of people heading on road trips, spring break, whatnot, a dead battery won't get you there. Make sure that battery is starting strong every time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter what the weather is. Locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check, VulcanTireandAuto.com for more information.
All right, quick break here. When we come back, maybe a little programming change. Stay tuned just after the top of the hour from beautiful O'Shea's. We're counting down to the tip with Alabama, 5:30's tip time just after that. The game's on TBS. You'll watch it on the you'll listen to it on the Crimson Tide Sports Network with Chris Stewart and Bryan Passink. They're going to join us here at O'Shea's as well. And this is a place for you Bama fans to come as you make your way to Yum tonight. For that 5:30 tip. Good place to come hang out, have a little lunch, and then get really fired up for the game, drink your favorite drinks, and then walk right across the street to go in and cheer on the Tide. And let's see if we can get this team to Houston, Texas next weekend with a couple of wins in Louisville this weekend. Rainy day, but the sun is shining on the Tide. We'll keep that rolling next right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, Friday edition of the Next Round continues. Lance Taylor in studio. The guys at O'Shea's in Louisville getting ready for Alabama, San Diego State at 5:30. Again, if you're heading up I-65 right now, hopefully you're on the other side of Nashville where you can make it in time to O'Shea's. start getting after it a little bit, getting ready for Alabama, San Diego State. After that, the nightcap, Princeton and Creighton. Creighton 10.5-point favorites. Alabama 7.5 right now. Alabama, San Diego State, we were talking about this, could end up being a really good game. Not so sure about Creighton, Princeton. The other two games tonight, you've got Miami taking on Houston and Xavier, Texas. Again, I just feel this Texas-Houston showdown is bound to happen. We now go to our good friend, head coach of the UAB Blazers, Andy Kennedy, joins us right here on the next round. AK, first off, congratulations. Now you're heading to the semifinals of the NIT, and you're heading to one of your favorite towns, I would suppose, in Las Vegas.
LT, you're right on all regards. And let me start by saying I'm glad you finally got rid of that dead weight, man. I've been waiting for you to break out and do your own show. You're like Jagger, man. Who needs the stones?
Hey, a full disclosure, Andy. We were in Floribama 3 weeks ago. We were in Nashville for the SEC tournament 2 weeks ago. You know how chaotic Birmingham was this past weekend, so there were a lot of social things going on. When we talked about Louisville, I just said as much as I want to go check out the Bourbon Trail, maybe see Alabama cut down the nets for the first time in a regional final in that team's history, I couldn't handle another trip knowing that if Alabama does cut down the nets, we're going to be heading to Houston for 5 days.
That's right. Well, it's a good call. I mean, that's why you're a veteran. You just made a call. You know, sometimes you just got to regroup a little bit. You're already projecting what's next. That's leadership.
I love it. Let's talk about your team first, and then we'll back into what happened last night and talk a little bit about the tournament. I know you're extremely busy getting ready for the NIT semifinals, which, for whatever reason, again, I thought they were going to be in New York, but they are in Vegas.
Well, it's the first year. It's the first year ever. You know, it's been in New York since the 30s. I've had the opportunity to play in it in '89. UAB's first boys to the NIT Final Four, and I've coached in it a couple of times. So this is the first year they've gotten out of the New York City footprint, and what a better place to go than Vegas, right?
Yeah. Hey, what would it mean for the UAB program? I mean, obviously you guys want to be in the NCAA tournament every year. You want to be able to make a run like Florida Atlantic is making, and we'll get back to that. But what would it mean for this team and the momentum it could bring for next season for UAB to win this championship?
I think it's huge. You know, this is a very storied program, 45-year history of a lot of success. But the one thing that has not happened here is winning an NIT championship. Coach Bartow took the team that I was a part of in '88-'89 to the NIT Final Four, and we, ironically enough, in Madison Square Garden, we played St. John's, and we came up short of that game. And in those days, you had to play a third-place game. So you get beat. You still stay in New York, and then you turn around the next day, and our third-place game was against a Steve Smith-led Michigan State team that we were able to win. Coach then took the Blazers back to the NIT Final Four. I believe it was in '93, '94, somewhere around there. So it's been 20 years since we've been to the NIT Final Four, and we have yet to capture a championship. So that is the ultimate goal for this group. And I'm with you, man. Everybody wants to get to the NCAA tournament. We knew what our path was relatively early. We dropped 5 conference games by a total of 11 points, 3 of which were in overtime. And we knew mid-late January that, hey, we're going to have to capture this conference tournament championship. We were playing really well going into that game, ran into a red-hot FAU team, and now the nation is getting to see just how good they are. After splitting with them in the regular season, they dominated us in the championship game. So my guys were a little bit down. We regrouped. We were able to get 2 home games based on the schedule, and then we went and had a huge opportunity on national television to knock off Vanderbilt. Now, next Tuesday when we play, we'll be one of only 8 teams still playing. It's huge for the brand. It's huge for the platform, and we're looking forward to taking advantage of it.
UAB head coach Andy Kennedy joins us here on the next round, brought to you by Legacy, the official credit union of Alabama. They began as UAB's credit union way back in 1955, even before it was a 4-year college. Step by step, they've grown alongside UAB by helping students, faculty, and employees succeed. That is our friends at Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. You guys have won 15 of 17. You were red hot, including going back to the 67-59 win over Vanderbilt. I thought the sequence of the game, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Jordan Wright comes down, hits that 3 with under a minute to go, and Jelly Walker, I mean, the guy just takes off, doesn't even think about running clock, and goes down alley-oop to Trey Jemison, and to me that was the backbreaker.
Well, the game was there was a lot of back-breaking moments throughout the course of the game. It certainly was not our best offensive performance, but I thought defensively we were as good as we've been all year. Guys were really locked in. We showed a toughness. Trey Jemison was incredible with his paint presence on both the offensive and defensive end, had his 12th double-double of the year with a big 17 and 12. He was the finisher of that alley-oop, as you said. We certainly were not at our best offensively, but defensively is what carried us through. Great environment. Again, a national television audience on a big stage. The only game playing at that time in the country. A lot of eyeballs, and it showed, again, the quality of our team. We're sitting here with 28 wins, which is a program record, 55 over the last 2 years. So we feel great about where we are, and we want to finish this thing by capturing this NIT championship.
And speaking of the Final Four in the NIT, and this is going to be next Tuesday, 6 o'clock, ESPN. It starts with North Texas and Wisconsin. You guys scheduled to play, tip off around 8:30. I didn't know who Utah Valley was. I got to be honest with you.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I knew who they were. I didn't know they were this good. I don't watch a lot of Utah Valley. No disrespect that they're in the WAC. They're on the West Coast. I don't see a lot of them. But I have dove into them when we saw, we were driving back after winning our game, and Cincinnati, and then we're on TV. So we're watching the game. Cincinnati got a tough break because they were the higher seed, but they had a conflict in their facility. So they have to go on the road to Utah Valley to try to win the game, and Utah Valley dominated it from tap to buzzer. I have since dug into their 2 prior games in the NIT. They go to the pit in New Mexico and dominate the game. And I'm telling you, LT dominated it. We're up 20 in the first half and never got below 15. And then they go to Colorado out of the Pac-12 and dominate that team. They're one of the better teams we've played this year. They've got a program record 28 wins as well. Mark Mad Dog Madsen. You remember that name?
He played for my Lakers, one of the worst dancers I've ever seen.
That's right. Well, he is their coach. So we hope we keep him from dancing after Tuesday. We don't want anybody to have to see that. But he's their coach, done a tremendous job with his transfer portal, LT. They've got guys from Power 5 leagues like everybody. They're a really good basketball team. And I'm going to tell you the thing that stunned me more than anything after watching tape. You know what their nickname is?
Well, I finally got it. We put the logo up. It looks nothing like a Wolverine. It looks more like a bear, something you see out of a cartoon. But, yeah, it's a Wolverine.
And I didn't know. I've been to Utah a few times. Are Wolverines prevalent in Utah?
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so either,
a mountain lion, bobcat, something like that.
Yeah, well, obviously Wolverines are an issue there, and we'll have our hands full Tuesday.
Yeah, and they also beat Oregon and BYU in the regular season. We're talking to Andy Kennedy, UAB's head coach. They are in the Final Four of the NIT, begins next Tuesday. It is brought to you by our friends at Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. So, look, and I know you're living a good life, but in a perfect world, you would love to be in the NCAA tournament, and I know it's got to be a little frustrating because you lose Jelly, you lose some of those games without Jelly Walker. Again, you've won 15 of 17, and when you look at the success of your conference right now, I mean, Florida Atlantic last night, they got down, watching the beginning of that game. I didn't think they could hang with the physicality and the size of Tennessee. They go on that 18-2 run in the second half. They look like they belong in the Elite Eight.
They do belong in the Elite Eight. They're a quality team. I've said it all along. I've got great respect for Dusty May and the job that he has done there. One of his assistants, Todd Abernathy, was my first starting point guard when I was at Ole Miss, so a lot of connections to that program. Their pieces fit. They play 4 guards. They can stretch you. They're fast. They have a 7-footer that can allow a presence at the basket. They're a really good basketball team, and they've shown that all year. I think now the nation has been put on alert at just how good they are. And to your point, Conference USA is the top 10 rated league, the highest that we've been rated since Memphis left in 2013. Charlotte won the CBI. Us and North Texas make up half of the NIT Final Four, and FAU's battling in the Elite Eight. So quality league. We said that from the start. Again, I posed this question. I've done a couple of interviews, but I posed this question to some guys yesterday. And I think it's just the way that we're wired with March Madness and all of the glitz and glamour that comes with being in the tournament. But would you rather be playing in the NIT Final Four, one of only 8 teams still playing college basketball, the stage, the opportunity that provides, or would you rather go to the NCAA tournament and lose your first round game and be over with? I think we would all say, we want to get to the NCAA tournament. But if you look at it objectively, there's huge value in what we've been able to accomplish. And I even equated it to, playing in the NIT Final Four has got to be better than playing in the Music City Bowl or the Liberty Bowl. Would you agree?
I would agree with that, yeah. And then that has been, an ongoing debate that we've thrown out there for years. Is it better to go to the NIT Final Four, ultimately win that, or go to the NCAA tournament and be one and done? I think for the growth of your program, I definitely think winning the NIT would just be gigantic.
Well, it'd be huge, and I'll tell you this, monetarily, it's not close. Even though the NCAA owns the NIT and they do things in a first-class manner, the payout for being in the NCAA tournament is ginormous. Here's the exception, though. FAU has now earned 3 units by getting to the Elite Eight. That's millions and millions of dollars that goes to Conference USA. So FAU is leaving Conference USA along with us to go to the American Conference. They won't see a dime of it. The conference keeps the money.
Let me ask you this, though. So Florida Atlantic up next is Kansas State, and this team is playing lights out. They escaped Michigan State in overtime. They scored 98 points, and Marquise Noel has been the talk of the tournament. I mean, he is electric. I don't know if you had an opportunity to watch that game. Kid's 5'8" from the Bronx, started his career at Little Rock. He was completely dominant, had 19 assists, which is an NCAA tournament record last night.
Oh, yeah, I watched it, man. He's from Harlem. He's playing in Madison Square Garden. What an incredible I'm sure it's a dream come true for him. What an amazing story. Here's what's crazy. Dusty May is in the running for National Coach of the Year, and justifiably so. I think it would be a landslide win for him. Unfortunately, the guy that he's going against, and Jerome Tang, a longtime assistant. He's 57 years old. He finally got his first head job. He's been on Scott Drew's staff for over 20 years at Baylor, helped them build that thing. He gets a break, gets Kansas State, and his first year, look what they've done. Unfortunately for Dusty, I think they're going to give it to Jerome Tang simply because of the Big 12 and the stage that presents. But I think it's going to be an outstanding game, and regardless of who wins, Cinderella will go to Houston.
Yeah, look, both of those guys have been incredible stories. So just 2 more questions. Andy Kennedy, UAB head coach, brought to you by our friends at Legacy. Enjoy the benefits, the official credit union of UAB. You've been to the second weekend in the NCAA tournament. How different is it from the first weekend?
Well, the stakes just get raised. I think that it allows you to settle in. I've been on teams that honestly you play better in the second round because of the anxiety and the excitement is kind of worn down, and you get back to somewhat of a routine. Now, for a coach, the media obligations are a lot, but for your team, it's more routine. So I think you see better basketball, and a lot of people say, well, these are because the teams are better. I don't necessarily know if I agree with that wholeheartedly, but I think that you get back on schedule and you get back into preparation. To me, the Sweet 16 weekend is the greatest weekend for the year in college basketball.
We know it's a great basketball town, Louisville, but where Alabama will be playing tonight, the Yum Center. I've heard incredible things about it. Never been there before. Decided not to go this week. Have you been there as a coach before?
I have not coached in it. I coached in the old Freedom Hall back when I was at Cincinnati. The Yum Center is the nicest basketball facility, I think, for college in the country. I think that the job that they have done there and the build out of that, it's like an NBA arena with all the glitz and the glam, but acoustically, the proximity to the court, all of those things, I think it's the best in the game.
AK, you're always kind with your time. Enjoy the weekend. I know you got plenty of prep to do coming up for the NIT. Good luck. Hopefully when we talk to you next, you'll be getting ready for that championship game, and enjoy the basketball this weekend.
Hey, thanks, LT. Appreciate you.
See you, buddy. That's Andy Kennedy, UAB head coach, brought to you by Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. They began as UAB's credit union way back in 1955, even before it was a 4-year college. So special thanks to Legacy. Before we take it a break, Bryan Passink is going to join us. We're going to be talking about Alabama, San Diego State. First, I want to tell you about our friends at Odie's. If you're looking for a great place to watch all of the games tonight, Odie's Tavern is your spot. They'll have live music after the games tonight. You can enjoy the great food from Rodney Davis, including the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center. With locations in Coleman and Decatur, they have something for every RV lover. New or used, we have something for every budget. With prices as low as $199 per month with 10% down and approved credit, you can drive one off the lot today. See dealer for details or check them out online at johnstonrvcenter.com. Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center in Coleman and Decatur.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town. Touchdown, Birmingham! Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
We're back with you in Louisville, Kentucky, leading into the Alabama tip at 5:30. You'll see it on TBS, but as many people, including us, sometimes encourage you to do, to turn it down and turn up the radio, the Crimson Tide Sports Network. That's part of Bryan Passink's job. He's on the other side, not to turn down our TV. He actually is on the radio as the analyst, and he's up here with, we were talking on how many Alabama fans we expect to be in the Yum Center tonight. I apparently have the lowest. I'm out of contact. I don't know how many fans to expect. I thought 5,000 was going to be a great number. If 5,000 people was here. LT thinks it'll be 10,000 plus tonight.
Well, first of all, 5,000 is a great number.
That's what I think. That's what I think.
But let's go with LT. I like 10,000. I'll tell you this, Alabama basketball fans have been amazing this year. Coleman Coliseum has been packed. It's been rocking. But, you know, road games, you go to Starkville, and it's majority or big crowd of Alabama fans that made the short drive to Starkville this year. Nashville.
And that was crazy, man. That Vandy game. A quick story. My daughter had walked through the den right as Brandon Miller hit that 1-3 that led to a Vandy timeout. And the crowd was so loud. She goes, "I thought this game was in Nashville." And I said, "No, it is. It is."
You know, we were talking about this at dinner last night. The COVID year when Chris and Tom and I were doing the games from Baumhauer's because we couldn't travel. It was confusing for listeners because we'd have a road game and we'd hit a shot and the crowd would go crazy. Like, wait, where's this game? It was the crowd noise from the restaurant.
Right.
And it's been like that, but in real life.
Yeah.
Now back to normal, and the crowds have been unbelievable. Memorial Gym, a tough place to play for Alabama over the years. It was essentially a home game in Nashville for the SEC tournament. Took over the building. I mean, you guys have seen it over the years where Kentucky just takes over downtown Nashville for the SEC tournament. It was Alabama doing it. It kind of reminded me of back of the glory days when we called it the Wimp Sanderson Invitational back in the late 80s or 80s through the early 90s, where you just guarantee you're going to be there until Sunday. Alabama was going to play for the championship, and Bama basketball fans would take over arenas around the Southeast. And we felt that this year. And if any, if you look at what happened throughout the season, during the regular season in Nashville for the SEC tournament, in Birmingham, obviously a different story being local, but Alabama basketball fans have been amazing. They've traveled, and I expect a big crowd. It's an easier drive from Tuscaloosa or Birmingham to Louisville, Kentucky than San Diego. So
that's true.
I think we'll have a crowd advantage, and Alabama fans are excited, and should be a great environment tonight.
Okay, we'll talk about the actual game itself. Bryan Passink, analyst of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Chris Stewart still to come later on. We had promised you them together, but for real life reasons, we're splitting them up here. They're not fighting. Don't worry about the broadcast.
It's been a long season for Chris. We're working through some issues.
Yeah, just go see the old 30 for 30 on Mad Dog and his old partner. No, they're getting along. In fact, Chris is off camera over here laughing right now. But you've seen many Alabama teams and you've experienced this. There's that first weekend of the tournament that gets you going in this tournament, and then you take a break and you go to a new site, and it's almost like starting another tournament again. The challenge of winning an NCAA tournament or even just making a Final Four obviously is monumental. To restart here in the Sweet 16. Talk about how challenging that is as a player, and what do you look for tonight from Alabama to show how focused this team is on getting back to where they were playing last weekend?
Yeah, I think the opponent is the biggest issue of all. I think these guys are dialed in on both sides, but speaking in particular about Alabama, they're focused, they're excited, they're playing well. But this San Diego State team is a tough team to play, a lot like Tennessee, Texas A&M, Mississippi State. Some teams that Alabama they've beaten some of those teams, they've lost to some of those teams, but there have been tough teams to play with the physicality. This San Diego State team is a veteran group that really guards you, and they're just hard to play against. But from a tournament standpoint, you love where this team is. They needed, I think, some time off between the SEC tournament and the first and second round of the NCAA tournament. You play 3 games in 3 days in Nashville. You have a pretty quick turnaround because you've got the Sunday championship game, which not every conference has. A lot of them are playing on Saturday to have that extra day of rest. And you're kind of hoping for the Friday, Sunday, first and second round game, but you wanted to be in Birmingham, and understandably so. So you've got a shorter turnaround time than you're playing 2 games in 3 days. I think that extra time, a week, almost a week off for this team with Brandon Miller's growing injury. He looks pretty good from what I saw in practice yesterday, but I think time off is good. The season is such a grind mentally and physically. So for this team to be able to rest and come back and prepare for San Diego State, they are a different team than some of the teams that Alabama's played. They're not a up and down. They're not going to play with the same pace that Nate Oates wants to play with. But because this team, this program has played one of the toughest schedules in college basketball, I think they're going to be prepared for what they see. But this is a tough matchup. This isn't an easy game. I felt really good going into the Maryland game. Just having watched Maryland over the course of the season, I felt like that was a game that Alabama could not play well and still win. I don't think that's the case tonight. I think Alabama's going to have to play well on both ends of the floor. This is a really good San Diego State team that's better than the number by their team name. I mean, they look to me like a 2 or 3 seed that can make a run to a Final Four. I think when you look at the numbers and you see the 2 seeds out, the 3 seeds out, the 4 seeds out, okay, that you would think that would help you, but and it may, hopefully it does. But I see San Diego State. I don't care what the number is. They're a hard team to play, and tonight will not be easy for Alabama.
Bryan Passink is with us, analyst on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. You'll hear them tonight from right next door here at the Yum Center as Alabama takes on San Diego State. Jim, and Chris talked at halftime, and you said, look, I saw this Maryland team on tape. They're better defensively than I thought now that I see them in person. When you watch San Diego State on tape, because they're known for their defense, how does it look compared to that Maryland defense?
Well, they're better.
Next level.
Yeah, they're better. They're stronger. They're older. Maryland, when you look at the numbers and what they did over the course of the season, they have not been one of the top defensive teams in the country. San Diego State has.
Yeah.
And obviously they haven't played the schedule that Alabama has, but they're a veteran group that's won 12 out of 13. They have that belief that most teams have at this time of the NCAA tournament. When you've won that many games, you won a conference title, you've won a couple of NCAA tournament games, there's a belief and you're rolling and momentum and all those things. Both teams have it, but this is an experienced team that will not be intimidated by playing the number 1 overall seed. They're excited. They feel like they can win, and they should. That should be their mindset, and it is. But the thing that is most different between San Diego State and Maryland defensively, I think, is they're older, they're stronger, they're physically stronger, tougher, and they've done it consistently. Maryland was great defensively in the first half, and Alabama was able to wear them down. And even though they didn't shoot it well, Alabama's still able to win by 22 points. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. Now Alabama is capable of blowing really good teams out if they're clicking on the offensive end. If this Alabama team shoots the ball well, hopefully we'll see a victory with the big point differential.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be a tough game, and I think both coaches and players on both sides expect it to be a battle.
Bob Ritchie, the Furman coach, who just lost to San Diego State in the second round, was on our show this week, and he said what surprised them was how thick they were.
Yeah.
He's like, I could watch on film and say they're tall. He said, but until we got to see them in the gym and play them, we didn't realize how wide they were.
Yeah, they remind me a lot of Texas A&M in that. I mean, Texas A&M has some big, strong, middle linebacker looking dudes, and I saw San Diego State around downtown Louisville, and they've got some guys that they are big, strong, tough, older looking guys, and they're a team that's going to be hard to beat. You're not gonna intimidate them because of being in the SEC or a number 1 ranking, all those things. They're a veteran group that's really good, that could compete for a national championship. So tonight will not be easy. Listen, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Alabama is the best team in the country. I think this team could win a national championship. And if it was the NBA and you were playing 7-game series, I'd go ahead and make reservations for Houston because Alabama's not getting beat in a 7-game series. But they call it madness for a reason. It's one and done. Teams are capable, as we've seen. Upsets are the norm in the NCAA tournament. I just hope there's not an upset tonight, but it'll be a tough game, but I'm looking forward to it.
A physical, thick San Diego State team sounds like a perfect time for the football coach, Nick Saban, to swing by practice the other day. Bryan Passink's with us for a few more moments. Champy's Chicken brings you this hour, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Wonderful Mississippi Delta recipe tamales and so much more. Champy'sChicken.com. Sterling and his crew ready to serve you up to-go orders tonight. Champy'sChicken.com so you can make it home in time to watch and listen to the Crimson Tide take on San Diego State. It seems like there are pieces of this team, and I agree with you. I think there's another level this team still can play, and we've seen them play at different times this year. But at this point, it's been a while since we've seen their A-plus game. But I see a little bit of a reawakening of a Mark Sears, who seems to be getting back into his groove a little bit more of an awakening from Clowney again, as he's getting back to maybe his best from earlier in this year. But nobody's playing better than JQ right now. And I texted you this, man. I want to say it was December, and I was like, I don't understand the love-hate relationship between Alabama fans and Javon Quinterly. And now here, and I'm really thankful for this, that Quinterly is having the moment in the sun that he's having this March.
I agree, and I'm so happy for him. He's one of my favorite all-time Alabama basketball players, and we've had incredible players. I've heard you guys talk about some of the greats of all time, and I think you put Javon Quinterly in that group. His story is amazing. I mean, from where he's come from as a McDonald's All-American, signs with Arizona, comes to Villanova, doesn't play as a freshman, should have played when he transferred to Alabama, but the NCAA for some reason didn't clear him. I mean, it was crazy that he didn't get to play, but worked hard, great attitude, great teammate, all those things, comes back and comes off the bench to have an amazing year a couple years ago. Alabama wins the SEC regular season tournament. He comes off the bench. He accepts a bench role, a six-man role, wins the SEC tournament MVP. And last year to tear his ACL in the same building that San Diego State plays their home games, by the way, out in San Diego in the first round of the NCAA tournament, for him to be standing on the platform in Nashville and get all tournament team, to be sixth man of the year in the conference, to be playing at such a high level, player of the game in the NCAA tournament game against Maryland is amazing. And the fact that he's even playing is incredible, but the level that he's playing at is because of the work. He put in incredible work. And when I talked to the coaches, the training staff, team doctors, and I asked them, and this was this summer and in the fall, about Javon, their eyes would light up and say, man, this guy, you would not believe the work he's putting in. Now, these trainers, doctors, coaches, they're around high-level competitive people. And so for them to say, no, you don't understand, this guy is working his tail off like you wouldn't believe it. I shouldn't be surprised and really shocked that he's playing at the level he is. But when I go back to those conversations I had this summer and in the fall about his work ethic, it's not an accident that he's playing at this level.
We had the discussion earlier. Who would you say is 100% playing their best basketball for Alabama right now? He's one of them.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. I bring up, and they laugh at me, I think this is my second. I get 3 mentions of Charles Bediako. This is my second one of the show, because I maintain that if that guy's getting a double-double every game, I do not know how you beat this team.
Yeah.
And he's putting up a lot of double-doubles recently.
He has. Listen, he's been so good defensively his entire time in Alabama. It seems like he's been an Alabama player forever. He's this is a sophomore year.
But I did really. I mean, that is crazy. You're right. I would have sworn he's a junior.
Yeah. I mean, he's a veteran.
His development's been incredible.
And just a little side note, when I talk to NBA scouts, executives, that everybody talks about Alabama's style of play and the success and championships, but player development is something that all of them, like, this is different, that what's going on in Tuscaloosa from a player development standpoint. It's really an emphasis. It's one reason, other than the fact that they're winning and the success and the style of play, but guys want to get developed.
Yeah.
They have desires to play at the next level and play in the NBA, and Alabama does that. Nate Oates does it as better than anybody. But Charles Bediako is a great example. We've always known what he could do on the defensive end, but his offense has really improved. He's one of the best offensive rebounders in the country, and Alabama has depended on second and third chance opportunities when threes haven't fallen. It's why if threes don't fall, you can still win, because you're getting the job done defensively. You're also getting on the offensive glass. Charles Bediako has been a force now on both ends of the floor and just makes this team much harder to beat.
A few more seconds with Bryan Passink. The coverage with Alabama basketball on the road this year being brought to you by the wonderful folks at JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com, 2 great locations. You can travel anywhere to watch Alabama football, basketball, baseball, whatever, in a vehicle that you get from JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com, Precision Sports, and our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. We've seen this happen with football since Nick Saban got there. And now it's about to happen with basketball. And I don't think it'll be a factor because these guys are so dialed in during the tournament. But as we move forward with this program, you're about to lose 2 pretty big assistants who have been with Nate a long time. For the Alabama fans who are watching and listening, calm them down a little bit. Is everything is it relaxed?
Is it going to be all right, Dad?
Is it going to be okay, Brian?
Yes, everything's going to be fine. Everybody settle down and relax. To me, it's a lot like one and dones. Would you like Brandon Miller to come back? Sure. But because of the success of Brandon Miller as a one and done, Nate Oates will probably sign 5 more potential one and dones because they want to be like Brandon Miller, because they see the fact that, yes, he was a 5-star and a McDonald's All-American, but nobody projected him to be the best player in college basketball as a freshman and maybe a top 2 or 3 pick in the NBA draft. It's player development. And so that is one of those things that is a good problem to have when a guy goes one and done. Noah Clowney is another example. Same thing with assistant coaches. I mean, yes, you would love to have Charlie Henry and Brian Hodgson back. Antoine Petway is going to get a head job very soon. These guys are highly respected. They're great coaches, and they're a big reason why Alabama's having the success they're having. But also, some of the top assistant coaches around the country look at the career path of being an assistant under Nate Oates. They look at Brian Hodgson, Charlie Henry. These guys have gotten great mid-major jobs, and so I don't think it's going to be a problem for Nate Oates in Alabama to hire a couple of the best assistant coaches in the country, and a lot like Alabama football. I mean, you have your pick. Would you love to have those guys back? Yes, but you also want to see guys go on and have success on their own. I think from a big picture standpoint, that's much better for your program.
And the line probably starts at the door. I mean, when you're having this type of successful program, it's not quite like, when Nick Saban loses a coordinator. I mean, a ton of guys are going to line up for that because they're all getting head coaching jobs.
Right.
But the more that happens, the easier it will be for Nate Oates to replace guys like that.
Yeah. Listen, anytime we start comparing to Alabama football,
it's unfair.
It's unfair.
But
I kind of like the fact that there's some similarities. There are definitely some similarities.
I can at least do it with a straight face, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Bryan Passink's going to go do as we like to call it, real world stuff before
his real job,
before he heads over and calls the game tonight with Chris Stewart. Chris is going to join us in the final hour of the show and sit down with us here from beautiful O'Shea's in Louisville to talk about the game. Brownie, before we say bye to Passink, tell us about our friends at Alabama Power.
Yeah, don't forget Alabama Power right now wants to make it the easiest way possible for you to make sure you take care of that power bill. In fact, they use a lot of the ways you're paying for power bills or any other bill already. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, all that right there. You can see more by visiting their website, alabamapower.com. Set up that online account, alabamapower.com, or simply visit a location of one of their locations nearest you, alabamapower.com. Keeping your lights on, man.
Okay, I need to know what room you're staying in since we're in the same hotel, because if Alabama and Creighton both wins, I'll need you to, before the tip on Sunday, to talk me off the ledge because of recent history with Creighton.
Well, we're going to need each other.
Yeah.
I'm going to be nervous as well. I hope we have that.
Always the last guy you want to get on this.
Yeah. I always see worst case scenarios in everything. You don't want me. In fact, I've been checking the sturdiness of this second floor since we got here.
Civil War era, Jimmy.
I know this thing's been standing a long, long time. Beautiful location, O'Shea's. As you can tell, the bar's open with Bud Lights and other great beverages here as we get ready for Alabama coming up a little bit later on. Next segment, Lance is back in Birmingham with trash, and then we'll get to everything else that's going on. Thank you so much to Precision Michelson and JohnsonRVCenter.com, who's bringing our coverage with Bama on the road this year. Louisville and hopefully next week in Houston as we continue on the road to the Final Four here on the next round. Back in a moment.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Friday edition of the Next Round. It continues. We are live atop the Double Down Studios. Me, Rockstar, John Lunsford's back there. Tyler, the intern. Taylor Korn, our social media director, is in studio with us. Getting ready for Trash on the Table. The guys back at O'Shea's in Louisville getting ready for 5:30 tip time tonight. San Diego State, Alabama. If you're heading up to Louisville, make sure you stop by and see those guys. It's a great place to get food and drink before you go over to the Yum Center. I want to remind you, 11 o'clock hour always brought to you by our friend Sterling at Champies Highway 119. First time I went in there, really didn't know what to expect. Such a cool place. Great bar area. They got fantastic drinks, great selection of beer. ChampiesChicken.com. Those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the incredible fried chicken. Absolutely great sides, including the coleslaw and the baked beans that I love so much. Go see Sterling, all the fine folks at Champies. It is now time for Trash on the Table. Rockstar, I think Dunaway says something like...
hit the big button.
Yeah, hit that big button.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Little T, another thing that I wouldn't have to worry about is leaf blowers.
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
Thinking about making a move, Rockstar. I'm doing pros and cons.
Making a move in life?
No, like location.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
I have found a place.
And one of the deciding factors is leaf blowers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of those guys. I don't know about y'all. I'm going to do this read first, and then we'll get back to this. By the way, happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Me and Little T are already on the Stellas. We saw Dunaway, got a head start on us, but he is on Eastern time. Let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham, Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust at your home that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. So I might be calling these guys because one of my boys, Jace, yesterday when he was at school studying hard, apparently, sends me a link to a place, and he's like, this place is pretty cool. So I checked it out. I'm going to look at it in the morning, and so I'm just doing the pros and cons.
Why was he randomly looking at places at school?
Because I've told them I kind of want to leave where I am. Yeah. But they're going to be kicking themselves in the ass because this place ain't got a pool, and it's almost pool weather.
It's leaf blower weather all year.
Yeah. Oh, I heard it yesterday when I got home. But anyway, I do pros and cons, and one of the pros would be no more leaf blowers.
That's a big one.
Wait, is it an island?
No, it's downtown. So
Okay.
I think
Send me the link.
Yeah. Okay, I will.
I want to see the link.
Yeah, I'll see what you think about it. It's really a cool place. It might be a little on the small side. I'm just ready to get in something like this. Anyway, I'm not going to bore everybody with that. Tonight, though, before I get into trash, John Wick 4.
I've seen half of one. I enjoyed it, but I don't know how this became a cult sensation. It's so weird that a movie like John Wick with Keanu Reeves just blew up and became a franchise.
It is so freaking good, though. Lunsford, where are you on the John Wick franchise?
I have seen approximately 0 minutes of any John Wick movie.
I cannot believe you're going to see Barbie and you have not seen John Wick. It is so well done.
Barbie will make more money than John Wick.
A zero chance.
100%.
Oh, it will. Barbie will crush it.
Yes.
No, it will not.
Yes,
it will.
What do you think, Lil T?
I don't know. I'm not a big movie girl, but
Oh, yeah. She doesn't watch movies.
Like a Barbie, like are kids going to be seeing this?
I mean, it's going to be more serious than like a kid's movie, but it's more for people like my age who I think grew up with it. Yeah.
You grew up with Barbie?
People my age grew up with Barbie. Females grew up with Barbies who are my age, like my wife.
I know. I get that. And even people older than you, like me, females grew up with Barbies. But I don't know how seriously people are going to take that movie. I wish Dunaway was here, and I wish he had your stance, because I would take John Wick 4 for a steak. I'm talking about worldwide.
Are we talking opening weekend or just total?
I'm just talking about worldwide.
Total worldwide, I still think Barbie wins.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Anyway, I'm excited about going to that tonight after the games. So I'm going to be up late because it's 2 hours and 49 minutes is the runtime.
And is this it, or is there going to be a fight?
This is it.
Wow.
One of the main guys they said he died last week, 60 years old, and the cause of death?
John Wick.
Natural causes.
Oh. Damn.
Don't necessarily believe that, but I'm looking forward to that this weekend. Okay, here we go. We start first. Couple in France has been banned from naming their newborn baby Hades. Now, this is the same name as the ancient Greek god of the dead and the king of the underworld. Cristina de Segres and Rodrigo Velasquez, yes, from the French port city, welcomed their son last September. Now, the parents say they instantly decided to give their child the same name as the Greek god of the underworld, the unseen one, and the commander of the realm of the dead. So Hades Velasquez de Segres was welcomed into the world, a name which they thought sounded, quote, pretty. I don't think Hades sounds pretty, do you?
No, it sounds like a rushed Katie.
Like many other Western countries, authorities in France can veto a name if it's not in the child's best interest, and they could demand the parents change their baby's name. In Hades' case, a public prosecutor decided that the negative connotation of the name as the god of the underworld who prevents the dead from leaving was inappropriate for a child. Now, the parents say they don't understand this decision. It's not like they gave their son a name like Lucifer or Satan.
Well, see, I know this is for attention and everything, but say you have a name plan for your son or daughter. Your son or daughter's born. The government says, no, this is too, he's going to get ridiculed all his life. We're not going to allow it. How hard are you going to fight for that name? Are you going to go fight? Are you going to pay court fees and everything to get that name?
No, but apparently they are. The couple has hired an attorney in their fight to keep their baby's name. Already identified other parents who named their kid Hades, 12 in 2022. The court decision on the case is expected April 4th.
Does the government not have bigger things to worry about?
They should. I think you should. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on this one. Like, I don't think the kid should be named Hades. But at the same time, I don't think the government should force somebody to tell what your kid should be named. And I agree with you. They should have bigger things to do.
And then what if they just change the name and then Hades is the nickname? You know, I mean, I just think that it's kind of a...
He's going to go by his middle name.
Yeah.
Well, I think moving forward, because apparently somebody's checking these birth certificates, but I would just give him another name and call him Hades.
Yeah.
He's not going to know the difference. So the guys are in Louisville. I think that's where KFC started, right? I know it's...
Yeah, Kentucky. I know that. Kentucky Fried Chicken.
TikTok users are claiming that there is a secret way you can get a free refill on your bucket of KFC chicken. Not like one bucket's enough.
I don't understand, and Lunsford may be able to help this, how TikTok trends begin with these lies. Like, there's another one I'm not putting on trash, but I just saw that. There's another one where people are saying if you freeze a fruit roll-up, it has to be frozen, the wrapper is edible. And that's a new TikTok trend. And the people are saying, don't do that, that's not edible. Because somebody's saying if you freeze it, the wrapper's edible.
I don't know what the difference would be.
People just try to think, what's the dumbest thing that I can make just believable enough? Like Tide Pods, like when that was the thing, for people to eat those. It's like that wrapper dissolves, in water. That's how it works, like in the washing machine. It's like, well, that'll dissolve, so technically you could probably eat that. That way you wouldn't like choke on it or anything. So that might be believable enough.
How many people died from the Tide Pod thing?
I don't know.
Little T, do you even remember it?
Yeah.
Well, you were probably in high school, right?
You remember they got the
I think so.
The
And then-
spokesperson for anti-eating Tide Pod was Gronkowski, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, dude says yes to everything. I think he was he's in Tide Pod commercials.
Yeah, I think it actually was.
It seems like he would be a guy that would actually try it. Anyway, people are heading to the restaurants, trying it out, filming the results. And the viral video posted to TikTok, which has amassed over 3 million likes, which is crazy. User at It's Alan Farrell tries out the supposed free KFC chicken refill hack. After referencing an earlier video explaining the rumor, he heads to a branch of the chicken chain, orders an 8-piece bucket, which he then eats in the restaurant. Then he reapproaches the server and asks, "Hey, I'm all finished with my bucket of chicken. I was wondering if I could get a refill." And her response, "Oh, you're talking about that one thing."
Yeah.
What?
Oh.
The video then brings up brings up a screenshot of KFC's supposed refill policy for viewers to read, which claims that during the 60 minutes after purchase, KFC customers are entitled to a refill. The server then reluctantly agrees, fills the bucket with 8 more pieces of crispy chicken. Now, KFC has since made a public statement to confirm it is a hoax and dissuade fans from flocking to their local branch to try it out. The bad news is free bucket refill rumor is a lie, according to the chain.
So here's another thing that I'm catching on to. Is KFC, Lunsford, you back up, is KFC in on this as an advertising campaign to slide the name in? And they also included in this story, I didn't include, but we do have like a 10% discount if you come and get a bucket of fried chicken. So is
100%.
So is it an advertising? That's what sucks. The way they're trying to slide in ads to make a TikTok trend.
Well, I mean, because TikTok is blown up, especially with what's going on in Congress right now with all of it. But I mean, they do this kind of stuff because if you make it just believable enough, it's like we went down to Slice and, because we know the people that run Slice, hey, we're going to do this funny promotion and it's going to seem like you can get a free pizza, but really you can't. So you get 10% off. And so it becomes this huge thing. People try it. Oh, no, you can't, but you can have 10% off, and more people come to the restaurant and eat it.
So I've got so much confusion in my life, I just don't need the additional. I'm glad I'm not on TikTok. So before I get to the final story, since you brought up Slice, I do want to tell you about Slice. We're throwing all these things in just because we're piecing the show together between the guys in O'Shea's in Louisville and up here in Birmingham at the Double Down Studios. Slice Pizza, it's local ingredients, it's local pizza. The Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff, an incredible guy, Jason, Chris, they continue his legacy. 4 locations, the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, now Crestline Park. I think Little T was at the one at Crestline Park the other night. Fantastic food. What's your go-to at Slice?
I like that. I don't know what it's called, but it has brisket on it. And
that is their
barbecue.
The barbecue.
Something.
Yeah. I usually get it with the chicken. I like it with the brisket.
I like the brisket.
Yeah. But I do it with the chicken, but it's fantastic. Again, ton of specialty pizzas. Don't forget about the carry-out special, $75, 12 of those incredible wings, the half pan of salad, and 2 of those fantastic specialty pizzas. SliceBirmingham.com for more information. So here are some odd celebrity connections. Little T's not even going to know these first 2 people. Alice Cooper and Groucho Marx became close friends after meeting at a party. They lived near each other, and Groucho, an insomniac, much like you and I, Little T, would ask him to come over and hang out when he couldn't sleep. I guess Alice Cooper never slept.
I don't know. Alice Cooper's one of those guys. He's dark, but he's also super smart. See Wayne's World. He talks about the Indians in Milwaukee. But it's an interesting that they combination of Alice Cooper and Groucho Marx. You would think Groucho Marx died in like the 50s, but he was still alive in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, but I think it shows you the longevity of Alice Cooper, too. When we had Damon Johnson in, your buddy from Brother Kane, he was talking about Alice Cooper.
He's been playing for Alice for a long time.
Yeah.
Damon's been everywhere, man.
Yeah, no, Damon, awesome dude. Here's another odd celebrity connection. Cher used to babysit Red Hot Chili Pepper singer Anthony Kiedis.
I'm reading his autobiography, Scar Tissue. It is great, and the story behind that is even better. That he was 12 years old, and I think his stepdad or his stepmom was friends with Sonny Bono, and so when they went out, he went to Cher's house. But his life, oh my, the beginning of his life.
I can only imagine.
His relationship with his dad.
So I probably need to save this for a Mystery Fifth Hour, but my neighbor growing up when I was in Forest Brook was really wild. But when I would have my babysitters over, he would come over and visit my babysitters.
Oh, that's not good.
I know.
He's helping her out. You kids are a bunch.
Just a couple of more here. Demi Lovato and Selena Gomez became friends after being on Barney and Friends. I didn't realize they were on Barney and Friends. Billy Crystal was babysat by jazz legend Billie Holiday. Rob Zombie was a production assistant on Pee-wee's Playhouse. Did you know that, Rocky?
I didn't. That's what I was obsessed with that show. I was uncomfortably obsessed.
And the final one is amazing. Kim Kardashian used to be Paris Hilton's personal assistant.
I knew that one.
How embarrassed do you think she is? I bet they hate each other now. I'm just guessing. I could be completely wrong on this.
Probably so.
That's just, that's freaky. Okay, so that's trash. Again, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice, right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham and Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. One more hour to go here on a Friday edition of The Next Round. We're going to take it back to O'Shea's in Louisville, getting ready for San Diego State, Alabama. That's coming up next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
What are you waiting for? It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you here at beautiful O'Shea's, a building that was built back in the Civil War era. And still standing today in O'Shea's, which has been a local watering hole since 1958 in Louisville, Kentucky. Not originally on this location, but moved here shortly after it opened in 1958, and it's been here a while. Multi-story, wonderful, wonderful place for lunch, dinner, and, of course, great cocktails, and a gathering place for Bama fans today as we get closer to tip-off. Boy, as a football school, how many times do I say kickoff? Closer to the tip-off tonight for Alabama. We're about to talk to that guy, the voice of the Crimson Tide, Chris Stewart, in just a second. But first, LT, let's do our headlines brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa.
Yeah, if you're looking to treat that someone special to an incredible gift, make sure it's Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers, right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. You're going to be watching games all weekend. Send the wife or girlfriend to Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. See Casey Stewart, fine folks up there. Tell them the next round sent you.
Alabama's in action at 5:30, the first of 4 games today in the Sweet 16 here in Louisville. The Tide, a 7.5-point favorite with our friends at mybookie.ag against San Diego State. The game's on TBS. You'll hear Chris and Brian on the call on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. One thing to note about San Diego State, they averaged 65 points in their past 7 games, but they play great defense. It'll be a challenge for Alabama. They want to play half court. Alabama will want to speed it up and play their fast-paced game, shoot the threes. We'll talk to Chris about that in a moment. Creighton, also in Louisville tonight, a 10-point favorite against Princeton. They've got the game after Alabama. Earlier in the day, it's Houston and Miami. Houston, a 7.5-point favorite against Miami. That's on CBS, followed by Texas and Xavier, a 4.5-point favorite. Last night, a couple of classics. Gonzaga beats UCLA 79-76. UCLA led by 13. Then with 2 minutes to go, Gonzaga had built a 10-point lead. And then here comes UCLA. They take the lead with 13 seconds to play before a three-pointer from Gonzaga gives them the win. They advance on. Drew Timme has 36. That's a team Alabama's already played that's now in the Elite Eight, and they score a lot of points. Maybe that's another team Alabama could see in Houston if both survive to get there. UConn, a winner. They destroyed Arkansas. Florida Atlantic beat Tennessee, and Kansas State beat Michigan State 98-93 in overtime, and another classic there. More basketball with Chris Stewart in a second, but first, LT, tell us about our friends at Bromberg's.
Family owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialist. If you're looking to pop the question, make sure you get into one of those 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our good friends at Bromberg's. Again, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
I would apologize for the live ad reads, but you know, every time I hear Alabama get a first down now, I hear you. I hear you drop an ad in there, so you understand the business.
Chris knows the game.
It is a deal where if we don't do that, then we're not on air very long.
That's right.
That's the way
One of us got to work for a living, right? If we don't do that.
Exactly right. I remember. Good grief. 28 years ago, somewhere in that range, 29 years ago, having lunch with Eli, and we're at a little barbecue place, and everybody was speaking to him, you know, on the way by, way out, and he made I made the statement to him when a couple left the table and walked on, and I said, "Does that get old?" I said, "Does that ever get old?" And he said, "If it ever stops, you got a problem."
Yeah. That's what Nick Saban says about. I've heard him say that about signing autographs.
Yeah.
It's only a problem if people quit asking.
That's exactly right. So it's one of those deals with the sponsorships. If you've got plenty of airtime without having to work spots in, you're not going to have a show very long. And that includes for broadcasts like game broadcast as well.
It's like when you're riding around and you're listening to the radio station that says we're doing 8 hours commercial free. You're like, you ain't doing it by choice. I can promise you that.
You ain't making any money.
And don't speak highly for what you got going there, partner.
That's right. I know the game. You are not choosing to go 8 hours commercial free.
Nope.
Okay, so here's a silly question to start with. And
Well,
you
we're
can
the
tell,
perfect people for it.
That's right.
You can tell us as much as you want to divulge to the audience and to everyone who's watching and listening. But you mentioned that you had breakfast, the team buffet today.
Yeah.
So I'm not asking what specific players ate, but what are some of our choices? If I'm a Sweet 16, if I'm the number 1 overall seed, is this like Top Chef, where they have the top floors? What's that?
There were no Pop-Tarts in there, I'll tell you that.
I mean, that's what I assume.
No Pop-Tarts and breakfast bars, although I've had those as options as a secondary thing. I've also had them as your only choice before.
But like, it's the number 1 overall seed. Is it eating better than, say, Princeton? Is Princeton having to eat dry cereal this morning?
I think you are doing the budget based on what you want your team prep to be. So Alabama has a dietitian who's fantastic. Amanda does a great job with all that, whether it's the world-class athletes or the radio guys who are just glad to be alive. So we've got the high and low cholesterol options. And yes, I consume both. So it's good. No, I mean, it's a great breakfast spread. I mean, I think yesterday had a scrambled eggs, bacon, French toast casserole type deal, biscuits, waffle iron, fruit. Yogurt, they have all of those things, oatmeal. I mean, just about anything you could think of was there and available. But first and foremost, we're at the age where's the coffee? So went found the coffee maker first, coffee pot first.
So you've seen, you and Bryan, you've seen a lot of basketball games. We talk about Tom Stipe. We were talking about him the other day trying to pick the and you're going to unveil your best 5.
Which means I put it off as long as I can.
I know. So we'll get to Chris. He's going to hurt some feelings here in a minute. Give us his best 5. So at what point did you look at this team and think, all right, this team's cut a little bit differently than some of the teams that you've seen play every single basketball game of the season for the last 20 years? 21 years. Yeah, I got it close.
Season.
Wow.
Yeah, 21 years.
01-02 was the first SEC title in forever, I guess 30 years when Mark won that.
Yeah.
And the next year is when I took over.
Okay.
And we were number 1 in the country on Christmas Day, and then the last at-large to get in at the end of that season.
That's a tough needle to thread, but
and then we inverted it. We, were not very good during the year because of some injuries, got healthy, played really well and got in, beat Matt Painter in Southern Illinois on Petway's shot with 5 seconds.
I had forgotten Matt Painter was the coach of that team.
Painter was a coach.
Some things never change, right? He was going out in the first round.
He was indeed with a good team.
Yep.
And Petway was a part of Alabama winning.
That's right.
That's another big thing, that some things change, some don't. And then that team had to face UConn in the Elite Eight. And if they play anybody other than UConn the way they were playing, I'm convinced they'd have gone to the Final Four then. But they lost to the eventual champions who were so good. That was a special time. This is a team, though, that I knew when I saw the roster, the pieces are all there. There was no doubt in looking at the pieces on paper, this is where they would be. I called Bryan. He saw them in practice the first day. And we're exactly where he forecasted.
Oh, really? So first day Bryan saw him, he's like, hey, this got Final Four potential.
This is where I expected us to be based on what I had seen on paper and then what he saw in person. So I'm not shocked the combination of Nate already showing that he can have success. He took, by his own admission, a core group that he inherited from Avery, because you got to remember, John Petty, Herb Jones, Alex Reese, 3 guys off that roster that he inherited from Avery Johnson, and they were the veterans, the backbone. Now, he put pieces with it, and that's his team. Please don't misunderstand what I'm saying, but he himself gave, and deservedly so, credit for some things that he inherited. This is different. This team is almost a complete rebuild of last year. Some really good pieces back, but they're where they are today because of that recruiting class and the transfer portal. And they were a great mix. But each of those guys had won. Every one of those guys, the freshman, the junior college guy, and Nick Pringle, the transfers had won. But how were they going to blend together? Because they'd also all been stars on every other team they had been on. How would they all manage that? But they checked egos at the door. Unselfishness reigned supreme throughout the course of the year. And, injuries, and please don't confuse what I'm saying with the off-the-floor situation they dealt with. But injuries, specifically injuries for this group, weren't necessarily the worst thing in the world, because 2 things. One, you had depth to fill that in the short term. It also gave additional guys a chance to build confidence, a little reassurance. It gave opportunities for everybody for different reasons at different times. And so everybody's contributed. Now here you are with 11 guys that have seen significant minutes. Dom Welch is probably the best player. Dom is, to me, one of the prime examples. Dom was the starter in the exhibition game against Southern Illinois, beginning of the year. And then he suffers the injury that kept him out a month and a half, slow to heal from that, gets back, has a couple of games where he hits a couple of big threes. Not a lot, but a couple of games where the time that he hits them kind of keeps you in a ball game when you would fall behind a slow first half, whatever. He's also a guy who's big, strong, can defend if you need to go with a different look. He's probably played the fewest minutes of any of the scholarship guys, but he's still there, still available to you. Namari Burnett's battled injury. Namari was a lockdown guy against Houston. You don't beat Houston without Namari Burnett.
That's right. And
his minutes are tough to come by, but he's still one of the best shooters on the team, still one of the best defenders on the team. He's still a guy you can count on. And when he's not playing, he's not the least bit of a distraction or a problem. Guys aren't pouting. These guys celebrate everybody else's success. And it's been so much fun to watch because of all of that. Great guys to be around, great young people, and obviously incredibly talented as well.
Yeah, you know what's become funny for me is that if Alabama's not shooting the 3 well, there's a couple of big guys that when they pull up to shoot a 3, I'm always like, I feel like I'm confident those guys are going to make the shot. Gurley and Clowney, to me, when they shoot a 3, I feel like they're always going in. Those guys have, speaking of diversity and how parts fit with everything.
Right.
Sometimes the team's not shooting well, but then all of a sudden there's Gurley that'll drain a 3 that'll get them going. Or Clowney will drain a 3 that'll get them going or keep them in a game. This team, the parts can do so many different things too. Brandon can, play, a bigger person on defense, or he can play a smaller person. I don't think San Diego State offers that tonight. I don't think they can, as Namari coached us up the other day, I don't think they can switch 1 through 5 as well as Alabama can.
No, there is no doubt. I mean, Brandon Miller can be the 4 or the 2, and frankly, the 1. He can bring it. It's some Herb Jones to him now. 1 through 4, he can play those positions for you. Herb even could play the 5, frankly, if they needed to go really small, and he could still defend and was strong enough, even though it didn't look like it, but he could do that. Brandon's got that type of versatility. You can go without Bediako and yet still be big. Excuse me. You can have maybe a post who's not as big as the big for the other team, but you're outsizing them on the other 4 spots or 3 of those 5 spots. So it's I never know which 5 Nate's rolling out there at any one time. It's rare that there's a combination that he puts out there that you go, well, I haven't seen that before. And it doesn't matter what that combination happens to be. It's almost Noah's Ark. He's almost got two of everything.
Yeah.
There's
Seth
not two of
Greenberg said
any
that.
other.
We've laughed at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
Yeah.
It's what it really is.
Well, there's no two
Sometimes they
Brandon
got
Millers.
more.
Yeah.
There's not, but here's the other thing I would say, though. Two of your biggest wins, most impressive, certainly at the time, and in the case of the Houston win, still stands true today. Brandon Miller doesn't have a field goal in that game, but he had 6 free throws in the last minute.
Right.
And you win.
Yeah.
You came from 17 down in the second half on the road against that team and beat them without Brandon Miller doing a lot offensively. You turn around a few weeks later and you're playing Arkansas in a top 10 matchup at the time in Fayetteville. He doesn't take a shot in the first half. Some of that was really good defense by Devo Davis in Arkansas. Some of that was the fact that he's so patient that he doesn't force anything. And he also had Mark Sears go for 16 in the first half of that game. So the best player in the country doesn't take a shot in the first half, and it's a tie ball game at the break. And I looked at Stipe and I said, we're going to win this game. I mean, this guy hadn't even taken a shot, and we're tied in this environment.
Yeah.
Right.
We're going to win this game. And he only had like 6 or 8 at the time that Arkansas cut a 12-point lead down to 2 with less than 5 minutes to go. Clowney hits a 3 in the corner. Bama gets a steal. Brandon hits a 3. They miss a shot, get the rebound, come back. He hits another 3, and bam, bam, bam. 3 straight threes, 2 of them by Brandon Miller, and it's over. It's an 11-point game, and you could forget the woo pig. They were whoa pig. They were heading out the door, headed to Herman's, ready to get out of there because Alabama had put that game away with the way they did it from three-point line. And for the team collectively, they play Arkansas in Tuscaloosa a few weeks later. Bama goes 3 of 22 from 3.
I was at that game. I was trying to borrow a hard hat because some of them were bouncing
Right.
off the rim so bad.
Got to play hard to get
3 of 22.
Yeah.
Still scored 86 points.
Yep.
And won it by 3. Didn't win it going away, but won it. And they won it scoring 86 points without making more than 3 3-point shots. It's amazing the different ways they can win ball games.
We'll continue to talk to Chris Stewart about tonight's game, about this journey for this team, about Alabama football, about some of his catchphrases, all that as we continue on. The coverage from up here in Louisville and hopefully next week from Houston, brought to you by 3 great companies, friends of the show, Precision Sports, getting you back in the game, Michelson Laser Vision, and our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. Brownie, tell us about JohnsonRVCenter.com and their 2 great locations.
Well, they are I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. And what JohnstonRVCenter.com reminds you of is that every week can be spring break for you.
Woo!
I mean, you get that one spring break week, it flies by. The weather might not be great. Just make every week spring break. Go see America and an RV from JohnstonRVCenter.com. The motorhomes, the toy haulers, the fifth wheels, they've got the best selection in the entire state of Alabama. They are still closing out some 2022, some great savings on those. 23s are coming in every day. You can see more, JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com. If you're coming from Alabama, you're going to pass both their locations, basically. Coming up 65, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. But you can always find them online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
And thank you to O'Shea's for such a dry, wonderful place to host our show today, tomorrow, and hopefully Sunday after the game. Beautiful O'Shea's right here next to the Yum Center. If you're in the area and you're coming down in a minute, even when we're done at 2 Eastern, you can hang out here until you walk across to Yum and get ready for the big game tonight. It's Alabama and San Diego State. More on the March through March. Well, that's not good. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed.
Yes.
But you know what?
What?
I heard a little phlegm in his throat. Is Roger Hoover on this trip? Just in case.
Don't landmine, Chris.
No, just in case. I want to be the.
Oh, you want to be the backup.
I want to be the understudy just in case.
You're hoping Roger's doing softball or something.
Back in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Legacy Credit Union is partnering with the Legacy for Good Foundation for a supply drive benefiting the Ronald McDonald House Charity of Alabama. Supplies include dish soap, hand soap, paper towels, and more. Visit DoSomethingGoodToday.net. That's DoSomethingGoodToday.net for a complete list of items you can donate. Donations can be made online or at one of Legacy Credit Union's 9 locations in the greater Birmingham area.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town. Touchdown, Birmingham! Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Back with you on the next round. By the way, Forbes did their baseball values.
Yep.
The Yankees. Take a guess at the value of the New York Yankees. I think it's now officially the #1 sports franchise in the world.
$200 billion.
I would go. I mean, I think the Cowboys. I think
the Costanza number out
yeah,
there.
I think I saw the Cowboys at $8 billion, so I'd say 6.5.
Oh, really? So $8 billion.
I
So
thought I saw them estimated at $8 billion.
and the Yankees have not passed that. $7.1 billion.
Yeah,
for
that
the
was
Yankees.
close.
Closest
But,
closest baseball is the Dodgers at $4.8 billion.
Yeah, I mean, you can value the Cowboys all you want, but until they hit the open market, I mean, in the open market, I mean, what are the Redskins going to go for? You know,
They're going to end up going for about $6 billion.
yeah, I mean, wouldn't you say that Dallas is at least worth a little more than that?
To me, it's worth double that.
Yeah,
The Friends.
that's why he's not in business.
That's why I'm a horrible businessman.
Yeah.
I'll pay you double.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why Johnson RV Center doesn't have me selling RVs at their place.
You keep making those deals, and you'll have to go ask.
Our friends at Hemphill want to remind you that they'll fix it right, and fix it the first time when it comes to your plumbing, cooling, and heating, and they do it at a fair price. What a great American company Adam and Chad have there. It's a name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services. You can call them up 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
All right, Chris Stewart is with us. I'm going to tell a story real quick.
Uh-oh.
Well, no, not about you, but the gentleman has left the room.
Does it start
I
as
don't want to
once upon a time?
I don't want to embarrass the guy, but there's a gentleman sitting in this room, and I was just talking with him earlier, and he and his wife are here to watch the show and eat lunch, and this just shows you what we do, how sometimes we lose sight of how much it matters. That gentleman sitting over there is battling cancer for a second time. And Chris, you're familiar with this. Your guys had to fight for your life, and you fought valiantly and held your life. And This guy said, I don't really know what my future holds. I've beaten it once. This is the second time I battled it, but I've decided that I'm an Alabama fan. I'm a 30-year season ticket holder, and I'm going to every game they play from here on because it may be the last one I see. And I mean, I got choked up talking to the guy. I'm like,
choked up here now.
I know. I mean, but it just shows you the stuff we talk about and do, and the kind of impact it just has on people that are not in our profession.
Well, I'll tell you, you're right. And I've had so many people who are well-meaning make the statement to me since the stroke and the bypass and the infection. Man, I'm so glad you're back to doing what you love. And that's somewhat jarring and not in a good way. And I know their intentions are great, but it hits you between the eyes because that's not what I love. I'm so grateful I can do it. I thoroughly enjoy broadcasting games. And there was a time that I would say, yes, I absolutely love it. I love my family.
Yeah.
I love my family. I love my family. And that's what I love. And I'm grateful that I'm able to do something that I enjoy as much as I do to provide for them. But I love my family.
Yeah. I understand that's a great, and that is 100% true. But your family also loves you. And so do your friends. And they know how much
it's fun.
This makes you happy.
It's there
right?
is no doubt.
Right.
Look, I don't say any of what I just said to downplay in any way what I get the opportunity to do.
Oh, 100%.
I'm just putting in that perspective because I've been in the position that gentleman was in, although it was not cancer, but been in that position. And we're saying the same things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For him, he wants to go to Alabama games and enjoy things that are fun and with his family to enjoy those type things. I'm grateful that I can still do a job that I love. And I did say it. I love my job.
Well, we know you do. I mean, you were.
But I do. From a work standpoint, I do. And I'm so grateful because it's fun. But guys, I shouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. Not
really
that it takes any great athleticism, but the stroke, it is an absolute miracle from God that the stroke didn't kill me and that it also didn't take away my ability to do what I do, either mentally or physically.
Well, no, I was going to say you're a living miracle to be what you are, not just to be alive, but the day, I know 100 people came and saw you in the hospital, but the day we came up,
it was a dark day.
I wasn't prepared, Chris. I really wasn't. Like, I got back in the car at Brookwood Hospital. I'll never forget it, in the parking deck. And I called Jennifer and she said, "How's Chris?" I said, "Baby, I don't know if he's going to make it."
Yeah.
I really didn't. And I mean, when we walked to that hospital room, me and Dunaway were shaking.
Yeah.
I remember you being there, but I remember that I was uncontrollably groaning and moaning.
You were
in a bad spot. And it was tough where if you weren't as close of friends to me as you were, I would not have wanted you in there.
Well, typical of me, I walked in and said, I didn't realize it was as bad a situation as it was. I
Dunawayed it?
I Dunawayed it. I was expecting Chris to be sitting up in the bed, eating, pudding.
Yeah.
And I walk in and I said, "We're here to put in the catheter." And then I see Chris in the bed. And
I do remember that.
He's not in great shape. And I'm like, okay, that was probably a poorly timed joke by me.
No, it was actually good. I just couldn't laugh.
I know.
Because the catheter hurt so bad.
But I I was cheering 100% for you, but I did not think from that moment to being here at the Sweet 16, and I was just complimenting you on the broadcast and how good you are at everything you broadcast. But I think you're such a really second to none basketball broadcaster. You're so good at this sport because of the pace of game, and I just never thought you would be back to be able to do something that is so fast paced, and you've got to be so quick on your feet at the level you do it, and you do it at such a great level. Alabama fans who are watching and listening to us know that. They've known it for 21 years now, since you started doing this, and now you're doing football, and you're just so good at what you do. And we're just don't. We know you love your family. Don't be ashamed to say how much you love doing this, because you hurt when the last time Alabama won 2 games in Birmingham and then came to Louisville to play in the Sweet 16, and Billy the Kid beat us, and sent, it made us all cry in the 80s.
Sure.
You cried back then.
I was a teenager.
Yeah.
It sucked.
Yeah. I'm glad we're not playing in that damn building.
No, I'm with you. First of all, this one's really cool.
Yeah, this is a little nicer than Freedom Hall.
It's really nice. I've never been in Freedom, but it is different. The team's different. The situation's different. You know, I've said for years, people always ask me, just like to do y'all, but I have said so much of the last 16 years when Nick Saban, and really and truly for the last 14, I've made the statement virtually every week since we walked out of Sanford Stadium the night that the blackout game was the blackout of Georgia, not a blackout for Georgia. I've said every single time when people would ask me, what are the chances? How do you think we're going to do this week? Football, I go, if Alabama plays its best, Alabama's best is better than everybody else's. If Alabama plays its best, they'll win. In basketball, there have been many times, even in situations similar to this, where I've gone, you know, if we play our best but. That's not the case with this team.
Yep.
Like football, this team's best is better than everybody else's best. Now, there are more opportunities to not be at your best. It only takes the one night, and it's a different dynamic with basketball. But this truth with this team holds the same as almost every football week that I've experienced with Nick Saban as the head coach. Alabama's best is good enough. You don't need to add anything to it.
Two more segments with Chris Stewart. Another break right here as we broadcast live from O'Shea's, being brought to you by Precision Sports, our friends at Michelson Laser Vision and JohnstonRVCenter.com, and also by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, where tonight Alabama's a 7.5-point favorite in that contest. We always tell you to drink responsibly, but also gamble responsibly with our friends at mybookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag, Jim mentioned that game, all the games this weekend. You can play right there. Don't forget, when you sign up for the first time, if you'll use code next round, you get that sign-on bonus up to $2,000. Now, a lot of places will give you a sign-on bonus, but you got to bet it 5 times, 6 times, 10 times for it to become yours, but not at mybookie.ag. They do not attach strings. Mybookie.ag, you get up to $2,000, and it's yours from the first time you bet it forever. You can get that when you sign on. All the college basketball games, Major League Baseball starting up, all the football games, UFC fights. They've even got weekly blackjack tournaments right there at mybookie.ag. Code next round when you go to mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag. Code next round. Your top 5 next. 5 best Bama players.
Okay.
All right.
Top 5 next. We'll do that. And Bryan Passink earlier, I'd hoped to have them together, but some things happened, so we had to split them up a little bit. So without Passink here, he'll tell us one secret about Bryan Passink he doesn't want us to know. And you can go back and hear the Bryan Passink interview on all of our podcast locations. We're back in a moment from Louisville on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you at O'Shea's in Louisville, Kentucky. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, and that is Chris Stewart. One more sponsor to tell you about before we get back into the conversation with Chris, and that's the people that have redone Brownie's bathroom. You know, after being here, I don't see why you redid anything.
My bathroom looked like this.
I mean, I love the history that is in this building here.
Yeah.
And we're in the champions room here. You can see the Cassius Clay, Kevin Chops Taylor fight poster over there. Some great photos of the great Muhammad Ali, Louisville native, and one of the, if not the greatest boxer of all time. But one of the greatest people. Yeah. One of the people are helping Brownie go into his bathroom and come out floating like a butterfly is our friends at A+. A+ stuff.
He just hates it when it stings like a bee.
Rocky Marciano. Y'all talk about Rocky Marciano.
You always talk about Rocky Marciano.
Hey, so
listen. Name me Clay. I call him Clay.
Listen. Our house, we love our house, but our bathroom, I'm just going to be honest with you, we knew when we bought it. It was a little bit dated. You know, early 2000s, the stuff that was, in vogue then is not now. So that's one thing we've been wanting to do is update our bathroom. You put it off, you put it off, you put it off. Finally, Jennifer Brown, Chris knows her well. He knows, I mean, when my wife gets her mind set on something, she's going to do it, right?
Yep.
Yep. And she's going to be thorough about it.
Yep.
Yeah,
gonna be done right.
Yep. I went to dinner with Chris the night I proposed to Jennifer. Did you know that, Dunaway?
I did not. Screwed it up.
Yeah,
almost screwed it up. That's another story.
We can tell that story. Chris was part of the setup and almost screwed it up.
I did.
I went to dinner with my soon-to-be fiance on the night I proposed. You went to dinner with Chris?
Chris was along.
Okay.
Jennifer was there as well. Yes. Anyway, listen, we had a dated bathroom and we wanted to make it new. So Jennifer set out to find the best people to do the work for the best price. And she came up with my man, Brad Bell, at A+ Tile and Home Remodeling. Now, Brad came out and did a quote. The quote was fantastic. The plan was great. But one thing he told me is he's like, listen, here's what I found. A lot of these one-day bathroom remodel, they come in, they just put a new shower over the old one. They don't, it's kind of nasty to begin with. He said, but the big thing is you think because it's one day you're saving money. The quotes often are double what Brad has already quoted, which is insane to think about. So call Brad. If my wife will trust him, I can promise you this. I know you all don't know my wife the way Jim and Chris do, but if my wife will trust him with this project, he can be trusted, and he's done phenomenal work. Cannot wait to show you the finished product. Here's his number, 205-422-1758, 205-422-1758 from Huntsville to Mobile, Anniston to Tuscaloosa. He'll help anybody in the state of Alabama. If you missed that number, reach out to me on social media, email me. I'll be happy to get it to you. Brad Bell, that's his cell, 205-422-1758.
You know why we do so well with advertising here, Chris?
That was a
60-second spots are 3.5 minutes long.
That was not 3.5.
That was
I'm just kidding.
That was the best 15-second read you'll ever hear right there.
Listen, man, I got to pay for this bathroom somehow. Those things don't come free.
You can
tell the story.
That's right.
You can tell Herb Winches taught him how to read that.
Everybody.
Yes, I learned from the best.
Speaking of paying for bathrooms,
I learned from the best of all time. So no, the night Jennifer and I were going to be engaged, I needed a diversion. So we met Chris for dinner.
Yeah,
Chris
me and my first wife,
his first wife, Dana, for dinner. And we were living in Anniston at the time, so we kind of met. I think we were in Trussville, weren't we? Somewhere in Trussville or East Birmingham, somewhere.
It was your special night.
And I was going to propose to her that night, and Chris knew it. Chris and Dana knew it. Obviously, Jennifer did not. It was going to be a surprise. And I forget how did you almost?
I was
Let me see
telling
that
the
ring.
story. No, I tell you. So I had also been. Dana and I had also gone to dinner with her twin brother and his fiance, but became his fiance that night. It
Right.
was almost the same deal.
Right.
And I start to randomly tell this story thinking I'm going to be funny and make him sweat. And then as I realized that was really stupid.
There's no way out of this story.
There's no way out of this story. Jennifer's wondering why.
Why is Chris telling
He's
this
already sweating from his brow.
Yeah.
Why am I? And so I just about butchered it.
Yeah. That's all right. He did. She was perfectly surprised.
Stuck the landing.
Yep.
So I did our bourbon and Bama and Bourbon podcast with Aaron Suttles of Yay, Alabama earlier this week. And you can go catch that before the game today on all of our platforms. But we got into the discussion about the greatest Alabama basketball team of all time. And Aaron believes that win or lose tonight, that this team has taken that place. And we both agree that the team that went to the Elite Eight is one of the greatest teams in Alabama history, but it's not in the conversation for the greatest team. That team had the deepest run.
Correct.
They're the only team to go there, but I put 76 and 87 even ahead of that team, even though 87 lost in the Sweet 16. So did that one. But you can make a case right now, win or lose tonight or win or lose, Sunday, and unfortunately don't make it to the first Final Four ever. This team has written a very special chapter and maybe the greatest chapter for a season in Alabama basketball history.
More wins than any team in school history already. Yep. The regular season and tournament championships. Historically good 16-2 mark in the process of winning the league championship. The only time Alabama has ever been the national #1 overall seed. Only the second time that an Alabama team has ever been ranked #1, and easily the deepest in the year that an Alabama team has ever been ranked #1. Check all these boxes. But as I was talking earlier today with somebody, the one hole in the resume for Alabama basketball, second winningest program. We know Kentucky is a totally different conversation. Nobody else is even close in the SEC. But the second winningest program in the history of the Southeastern Conference is University of Alabama. So they've won. They've been great within the region, great within the conference, but have not gone to the Elite Eight, have not gone to the Final Four, and have not won the national championship. The biggest, not detriment, but the toughest thing for Alabama men's basketball is that they're in the same league with University of Kentucky, and they're on the same campus with Alabama football.
That's right.
That's
true,
who they're compared. That's who they're compared against. Within the league, it's Kentucky basketball, and the others that have been fortunate enough to go to a Final Four and win national championships. But in terms of winning it all, you're compared. There are a lot of Alabama football fans that didn't pay attention to Alabama basketball until they were ranked #1 in both the AP and the coaches poll. Then they went, okay, now you got my attention.
Now I'm in.
Yeah, I'm in. Sign me up.
And so I get that. I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm just saying that's the reality of what you're up against for Alabama basketball. But you're really, really good, and you're an elite. You're in a very high percentage of great programs within the country. But in your own world, if you want to be considered phenomenal or elite, you got to win the whole thing. And for this team, in my opinion, of what I've seen in terms of depth, everything that has been accomplished to date, it's the best team in Alabama basketball history. It's why I'm so hopeful that they win not one more, but 4 more games and cement that.
All right, so your all-time starting 5. We were challenged to do this the other day, and it's really hard to do in the history of Alabama
I'll
basketball.
Go Brandon Miller, and I'm
which is why we
struggling
were
with this.
challenged.
And we could argue, and it's the great thing about it. It's not easy.
That's right. That's right. You're talking about the history.
Correct.
And
you give me your 5, I can take 5 more and
No
match
doubt.
up with them and feel pretty good.
Like I gave my 5, and I'm like, I mean, you can argue me out of some of these. Like, for instance, Hollywood Robinson at point guard, who I put. You could just easily go Colin Sexton.
Yeah,
no question.
I mean, I got no problem with that.
Enos Watley.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, I had Thalamus McGee at one of my forwards. Yeah,
that's right. So many good things
I
with
know.
Thalamus. I would probably go Reggie King in the post.
Thank you.
I would go Brandon Miller. I would probably go Derek McKee.
Okay. We're 3 for 3 on mine and yours so far.
I would go Colin.
Oh, see, I don't do
Who
Colin.
did you go with point guard?
I didn't have.
You didn't have a guard. You went
I didn't
big?
have one. I'm letting
You
Beam
went 5 best players.
Yeah.
And here's hoping that we pound them in the paint. Somebody's got to bring the ball up the court.
I was letting Brandon Miller bring it up the court.
he can do it.
Let me
He
tell
can
you
do
what,
it. He can do it.
Derek, you're exactly
He
right.
can do it.
That's why he's clearly on that list, because he could do that.
Yeah.
In terms of what they meant at the time, I had not planned to go this route.
Uh-oh. Last minute change by Chris. He's had 2 days to think about this.
I'm going because you've done this,
Yeah.
and there'll be plenty of pushback. I get it. I'm going to go the healthy. I'm not picking a team and not putting Herb Jones on it.
I mean,
Well, we had a lot of people give a lot of love to Herb Jones.
yeah. I mean, one of the
absolutely.
greatest defenders. He and T.R. Dunn, maybe the 2 best defenders ever to play at Alabama.
And it's why it's so heartbreaking for me that he struggled as he did in that last game.
Yeah.
If he does what he's been doing on the offensive end, not only does Alabama go to the Elite Eight, I'm convinced they play for the national championship. I don't know if they win it or not, but I'm convinced that they would have gotten to that final game against Baylor, who was so good, and he would have been cemented, I think, in the same conversation, because player of the year, defensive player of the year. Look, I confess, I love the guy. I love the guy.
The man made one-handed free throws with his offhand.
He made it with his right hand.
Yeah,
He's
with
a
his right hand. That's
lefty,
right. He's lefty. Made it with his right hand. Yeah.
And it's one of those that, talk sometimes about calls and stuff that means a lot to you. I get choked up with that one because of who that kid is. And because of who he is, it gave me a moment as a broadcaster. We can't script anything. We can't forecast anything. It either happens or it doesn't, especially in his case, for him to put that ball in his right hand and make it in that moment. And Aaron Hepp and the guys at Crimson Tide Productions that do such a phenomenal job putting that as video with it. And the way Tom mixes things as well as our producer, it allows me to have that moment, which I have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with that, but they give me that opportunity because of what they do, and that's pretty special.
We got to take one more quick break, and we'll finish up with you in the final segment. But mine was Reggie King like you, Brandon Miller like you, Derek McKee like you. Then I went Robert Ory and Antonio McDyess.
Again,
I know.
You can take your 5 and it's going to be one heck of a ball game.
That's right.
It's not going to be dream team, but it'll, in terms of the, man, I'd love to watch those scrimmages.
Oh,
the
gosh. The Dream Team show.
scrimmages.
Reportedly some of the best basketball's ever been played on the planet.
No question. I'd love to see that from the Bama perspective. All those guys in their prime, which you can't do, obviously, but it would be fun.
Yeah. Maybe if Alabama cuts down the nets, Nate will have a throwback uniform game and bring back the old Anthony Murray, Reggie King.
The striped uniform.
Yeah. Bring those back for a game or 2 next year.
Those 06 team wore those and played really good.
Yep.
In them.
And looked really good in them,
Yes,
too.
they did.
One more segment to go from beautiful O'Shea's before we all get hydrated with our Bud Lights and everything else.
You're
walk
hydrated with Bud Lights.
Chris has got to call the
gotta go
game.
to work.
Yeah, I'll see you after.
But
the
I
game,
don't.
brother.
I'm through with work in 9 minutes, and it's time to roll some Bud Lights down. We're back in a second right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call waynes.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Yes, I did.
1, 2, 3. Hello, friends.
Was that fast? We're talking Jim Nance here. We're back with you at O'Shea's final segment. Some more Alabama fans have rolled in, and is that local 23 in Tuscaloosa?
That is,
That's
yeah.
right. Doing a little interview with Tide fans up here as they make their way to O'Shea's. A few more seconds with
Chelsea
our
and Stu in
Yes,
here in Louisville.
Stu McCann. I've worked with him at 3340 and at Jocks, former coworker of ours, at Chelsea Barton, who does a good job of them, talking to some Bama fans that have come up here to see our show.
And Chelsea, she acted like, did you teach a class or she
No,
interned with you guys at
but
Crimson Tide Sports Network?
No, here's the thing. The Crimson Tide Sports Network does a lot of our stuff through Crimson Tide Productions.
Right.
And WVUA 23 and Crimson Tide Productions make up basically an entire floor there inside Bryant-Denny Stadium. So if you go in and you're working with one, you're seeing the other. I mean, it's all right there together.
Yeah, sort of where you do the Nick Saban show, right? Right off of that
Saban
studio.
show, but I used to do Tide TV This Week.
Right.
I used to host that, did that for a few years. And so see her whenever you're in there.
God, I can't believe it's been 21 years. So Alabama tonight with a chance to go to the Elite Eight for the second time in the program. We got 3 or so minutes left. As you've started to break this game down, what are you looking for early on to know that Alabama is sort of gonna maybe have that A+ night tonight?
We've talked about it. Even when they don't shoot the threes well, they're still capable of winning ball games against high level teams. It's infinitely easier when the ball goes through the net, though. And if they're making threes early, and if they make them consistently, there are nights that they just utterly destroy people.
If I say 10 threes,
they say 10 threes, I'll take my chances.
I don't know who beats them if they make 10 threes, honestly. I mean,
you got to defend. Now, don't forget, we scored 90 in Birmingham
I know.
against Gonzaga and lost by 10.
And may have to play them again, by the way.
That team is
I'm
still
fine
lurking.
with that.
Yeah, they're
I'd
still
be
alive.
fine with that because there's only one place we could meet them.
That's right.
That'd be a good place.
Yeah.
So that is one that. But I'll take 10 and take my chances. You got a guard though.
Yeah, it goes back to what Nate Oates always says, and we talked to Amari Burnett about this the other day when he joined us. Is winning or shooting percentage is not going to determine whether Alabama wins or loses. It only determines the margin of victory. Yeah. And Amari said for them that shows the emphasis on defense.
They don't get enough credit for who they are on that end of the floor.
Yeah, because
they are an elite defensive team and capable of absolutely shutting you down and doing it different ways. So it's that, but that's where it does start.
Yeah. Boy, Nate and the players, with everything that's going on off the court and been written and said about this team, they finally look like they started to have a little bit of joy and fun in the first two games. And then at the news conference up here in the shoot around, knowing that they still feel remorseful and thinking and praying of other people, they seem to be starting to enjoy this journey a little bit.
I think part of it is just taking a deep breath, and the grind of winning the regular season is out of the way. That's done. Then you validated it, if not that it needed it, by winning the conference tournament, and now go play.
Yep.
And they're playing really, really well.
Yeah.
This has been fun.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, love you, brother.
Time. Love y'all too. Thank you so much. I appreciate you inviting me. Appreciate how good you've always been to me, friends for as long as we've known each other, but to have the chance to come hang out with you and do this at a time that's really special for all of us, for y'all to be successful enough to be able to take a show on the road, but for me to be here doing what I'm doing and get to hang out and spend some time with y'all, I really do appreciate it.
All right. And thank you to the fine folks at O'Shea's. I mean, this is a family.
Met Tim yesterday, ain't it, Tim O'Shea?
There's a Tim.
Yeah, met Tim. He told me.
We met Alex O'Shea yesterday. We met Patrick O'Shea,
whose name's on the building. I mean, it's a legit family. It's not just some name.
Literally O'Shea.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you so much to Precision Sports, for Michelson Laser Vision, and the wonderful folks at JohnsonRVCenter.com. We'll be having more content leading up to the game, after the game tonight, throughout the weekend. Another live show coming up tomorrow morning here from O'Shea's, and then hopefully some more pregame and postgame stuff happening Sunday around the Crimson Tide if they make it to the Elite Eight. 5:37, I think, is the official tip time tonight as they get rolling. The Tide and San Diego State on the Crimson Tide Sports Network and on TBS. So we're back with you for this part of us, our live show 9 to 1 on Monday. Until next time from Louisville, God bless you and God bless America.